10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
May we have your attention? Quiet, please. Let's play.
Congratulations for the celebrations around the 75 years of goalball, this amazing sport, and congratulations for putting this convention together to celebrate it. Goalball is an incredible sport. It's one of the few sports in the Paralympic Games program without an Olympic equivalent, so it's a sport that was developed for persons with disability.
Está a entrar o vídeo do presidente do comitê, não está?
People with the same background as
Quando terminar o vídeo, diz-me, só favor, outra vez em 3, 2, 1, que é para eu apresentar
into the society by using sport. And that's incredible to see that the Paralympic movement and goalball, they have, let's say, common roots in the way they perceive sport as something to bring persons with disability back into society. It's an incredible sport. I have experienced goalball many times in my life, national, regional, international level. I have strong memories from the first World Championship I attended. It was in 2002 here in Brazil, where I live, the Goalball World Championship. And it was incredible to see, not only incredible sport in the field of play, but the reaction of the people. At the time, Paralympic sport was not that known in Brazil, so with the school program and bringing kids together, it was amazing to see the reaction of people by noticing that these athletes, they were wearing blindfolds, and everything that it was doing in the field of play was without seeing anything. And the skill and the power and the tactics, so it's amazing. I'm a huge fan of goalball. I remember that I had the opportunity to play it once in I Am Possible class in Tokyo. So I played goalball, of course, for fun with the kids from the Akazaka Elementary School. It was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun, but also transformational for these kids to understand how challenging it is to play goalball. So enjoy the convention. It's just fair that we celebrate 75 years of this incredible sport of goalball. Enjoy the convention, and I hope to see more 750 years of goalball in the Paralympic movement and at the Paralympic Games. All the best.
Okay, so I think we have some technical issues, and I will repeat the welcome message. And of course, a most warm welcome to all the goalball family at this first International Goalball Convention, the event powered by International Blind Sports Federation, IBSA, and European Goalball Club Association, EGCA. As you may all know, this is a very special year. It marks the 75th anniversary of goalball, born in 1946 from the idea of Hans Lorentz and Sepp Reindl. The path has been paved since then, becoming an official Paralympic sport in 1976 in Toronto. Today, it's played in more than 80 countries around the world. In the next 3 hours, divided by 3 different panels, we'll be discussing the future of our sport, how to keep it vibrant, the role and development of the clubs, and how should it be an event of goalball. For this full discussion of goalball, we have directors, managers, coaches, players, referees in our panels, hoping to get some new ideas for the future so we can have more 75 years rich in competition, joy, fun, fair play, and most of all, companionship and social integration, which is what everybody expects from the sport around the world. Now that we declare officially open this first International Goalball Convention, and because we already heard the opening speech from the president of the International Paralympic Committee, Mr. Andrew Parsons, we're now going to hear the opening speech from Mrs. Janie Hammershøi, the president of the International Blind Sports Federation, IBSA.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor.
Dear goalball friends, it's an honor to address you today as a former goalball player as we begin the celebrations for 75 years of a sport who has made such a huge difference to so many lives around the world, including my own. For me, there's no greater honor than representing your country on the international stage. But more than that, goalball helped me through a very difficult time in my life when I was losing my sight. Through it, I have met some amazing people, and more than that, I found the place where I belonged. Much like the veterans that the sport was invented for back in 1946. And what a long way we have come since then. Goalball has grown from the seeds of rehabilitation into a global Paralympic sport, practiced in all continents around the world, and it keeps growing in many exciting and interesting ways. IBSA is delighted to lead this movement alongside the Goalball Committee to bring the sport to new players, countries and audience as the global governing body. We are committed to this cause and have made great stride during the recent years. We will, however, never stop pushing to improve and evolve. As IBSA celebrates its 40 years anniversary and 75 years of goalball, we plan to improve access to knowledge and expertise for coaches, We will organize activities for referees, attract and facilitate new countries and players to access the sport and raise public awareness further. We are all working hard to advance the game together with partners such as the European Goalball Clubs Association. I hope you enjoy the convention today as we learn and grow as a team, just like the sport we all love shows us. Congratulations, IBSA and Goalball. Thank you, everyone.
And for our third and last opening speech, let's hear Erkki Minala, President of the European Goalball Club Association.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor for me to be able to address the world of goalball today as the President of the European Goalball Club Association at this historic moment. From the beginning, EGCA accepted the challenge of working with IBSA in this project of a 75th anniversary of goalball, because the big organizations have to work together for the growth and development of the sport. With this first International Goalball Convention, we want to honor all those who during these 75 years have played, coached, refereed, directed, studied, and made goalball the sport that we are passionate about today. Hans Lorentzen and Sven Reindle created this sport as a rehabilitation tool for the wounded of the Second World War. Today, goalball is and should continue to be a symbol of union without borders, without discrimination. Goalball has to reach the whole world, everywhere, on every continent, and the most evolved have a duty to help less fortunate, honor the legacy of Lorentzen and Reindle. Goalball is evolving. Clubs are gaining more and more predominance of athletes training. The technical and tactical demand is increasingly accompanied by new technologies. Today, the study of high performance is essential for success. And knowing this, we created the Goalball Academy, a tool that EGCA makes available to everyone for sharing the knowledge. The dissemination, showing the world this fantastic sport, is also a priority for us. Goalball athletes and clubs around the world are facing many kinds of difficulties to take part in regional competitions. And when they finally manage to beat those difficulties, they really deserve the opportunity to be shown and known to the world. This is a principle that gave rise to Goalball TV, a platform for the dissemination of the worldwide goalball. Because of the pandemic, first time in history, most of the major goalball championships are concentrated in the same year, this 75th anniversary year. And one of the greatest way to grow this celebration is to have the first edition of the Clubs World Cup, which will be held in November this year. Before that, we will have Continental Championships, the Seagull Champions League, as well as always desired Paralympic Games. It will be a year full of goalball, full of events, full of goals and saves, full of emotions. A year which will forever go down in history. Thank you all for your participation and have a great convention.
Boss? So, as I explained to you earlier, this is going to be the first International Goalball Convention. In the next 3 hours, we will be divided in 3 different panels. The first panel, it will discuss how do we keep goalball vibrant in the future. It's going to be around 1 hour, 60 minutes. All the speakers will have initial statement of between 3 and 5 minutes. And after that, we will start the discussion of the panel as we speak. The first panel, so as I said, it is how do we keep goalball vibrant in the future? In the second panel, how do we develop the club goalball at all levels? And in the third panel, what the future goalball events should look like. This is going to be an interesting discussion. As I said also before, we have the participation of different key makers in the goalball, such as coaches, directors, players, referees. In the end, everybody is going to have an interesting discussion about all these topics. I think we have already the first panel ready for a start. I think is present already all the speakers. So let's hear what they have to say. I will make the presentations of the speakers as soon as the first panel is going to start. So once again, quiet please, let's play. First panel, we have Dina Murdy, a senior course conductor of IBSA referee. We also have in the image Carla D'Amata, also a senior course conductor of IBSA referee. And we are already expecting Alessandro Tossin, Brazilian coach of national team, and also Ana Carolina Duarte, athlete representatives of IBSA goalball. So let's hear for the initial statements of our speakers, present speakers. Dina Murdy, please, you are the first to initiate this first panel. What has we say?
Okay, thank you. I well remember the day that I got involved in goalball. It is rather a long time ago now. I think I was fortunate to grow from the beginning of the sport in Great Britain. Life was much more simple then, and I was learning the game along with the players and using my knowledge as a teacher of visual impairment to develop physical skills. And when I was introduced to goalball, that just became another physical skill that I would teach them, like swimming, gymnastics, athletics. I firmly believe that the place to start playing a game is in their school days. We've got to build from the bottom and come up. When they're open to ideas being put before them and not influenced by their understanding or sometimes their misunderstanding of other sports, and being free from being put down emotionally because they're unable to take part in some sports because of their disability. This is a unique sport, and it's great for those who are visually impaired, as it makes so much good use of the senses they develop naturally and use so well because of their lack of sight. Many of us never fully develop these other senses. I can remember this becoming very clear to me early on when one of my pupils told me that I had a cold coming. No, I said, I feel fine. I spoke too soon. 2 days later, I had a cold. They had seen it in my voice, and this simple example of their acute hearing taught me a lesson. They also said that they knew when I was teasing them, because they said, I say things with a smile on my face. I would like to go into schools for those with a visual impairment. And perhaps here I should explain that I realize some people will think I'm old-fashioned in talking about schools for the visually impaired, because some countries have moved to a more integrated system of education. But there are some countries where there are still these schools in the world. And we should be getting into them and getting the youngsters playing along, while as well teaching their coaches or teachers about the game so that they can begin to see a pathway and carry on into the future. We need to give them a game that is for them, not a version of another game. Teach them to own the game. This is ours. Others can play on our terms. I would like to see countries which are knowledgeable about goalball going to other countries which need and want to learn, pairing them up, helping one helping the other. Those who know about goalball teaching the other country to develop their schools in goalball, and in return developing country teaching of how to adapt their skills for those who are at the beginning of their career in goalball and whose facilities may be very basic. When I started in teaching, computers had not even been invented. Now, during lockdown, Goalball UK has developed an online course introducing people to goalball. It is mainly for those who've shown an interest in helping us. This course enables them to get to know about being around people with a visual impairment, about the game, about the different jobs the officials do, and so they can become to feel part of it straight away. And maybe there will be more of these courses in the future being developed. If anyone would like to know more about this course, online course, then please contact Alex at Goalball UK. He was sorry not to be here today, but he had a previous thing that he had to do. So in a way, I feel I've come full circle. From my beginnings as a teacher of many years to the use of technology, which is not my strength at all. I'm amazed I've managed to get here. And the way here in Britain, we are now using technology to teach the wider community about goalball.
Thank you so much, Dina. And don't worry, you're far from being a technological excluded person. Don't worry about that. And just because you are here, it's a good, awesome sign. So, Carla, let's hear your initial statement, please.
Hello, everyone. Hello, Dina.
Hello, Carla.
I'm very happy to be here. I'm very glad with this invitation. Thank you for IBSA Goalball, for the European Goalball Clubs Association. And we just start with the class from Dina. As always, I always say she's my teacher on Goalball world. Every time we meet, I'm learning something, and I totally agree with Dina about it's a good start from schools. School environment today is a good target to develop the sport. We saw in the past years a good evolution on goalball becoming more professional with better structure, with a better sport presentation, marketing strategies, and many positive changes. And we always will have something to learn, something else to reach, something to teach for the developmental areas and countries. And a good practice that we have today is how the most developed countries can share their experiences with the development global countries. What are the big issues? What are the main difficulties? And how can we use our experience to help everyone to stay on the same level, on the same page, So this is one of the, it's bigger than just run reference clinics. We have like a big challenge in our hands to reach another persons inside the goalball community as sport managers, which have today a big impact on all sports programs around the world. And the formation process for coaches and give them materials, how they can study, how they can improve, what kind of exchange we can do between countries. And we see also some researches about sport development which impact our strategies, and sharing this knowledge, sharing this experience. I think that working together, we can see more goals we can reach, we can advance as a sport community. And so I hope we can talk a little bit. I was reading the questions, the answers, the comments, and every answer, every critics we hear about the sport, this makes us think and how to solve those problems. The communication is another target that we need to work more to improve our communication between countries, institutions, not only between IBSA goalball institution, but all the goalball communities. So I'm very glad with this space that we can exchange those experiences, and thank you very much for the invitation once again.
You're welcome, Carla. Thank you so much for your initial presentation. I think we have already here some topics to discuss before we can even go to the comments and the questions that all our viewers put before. And now I can see that Alessandro Tosim is already connecting to us. Hello, Alessandro. I think you need to.
Sorry.
No worries. Always on time. Just to make a quick review, Dina and Carla, they had already made their initial presentations about the topic that we are discussing right now. So I think if you have your initial presentation or statement ready, you can do it right now. You ready? But you just have to connect your microphone.
Áudio, Ale.
Aí. Tá ok, ok.
Perfect.
Melhorou? Tá ouvindo aí, Carla?
Sim.
Eu tive que entrar com o celular, não entrou pelo computador.
Alessandro, just remind you that we are already live, okay?
Ale, a gente está ao vivo e eles estão querendo que você faça seu discurso aí de abertura. He has some problems with the audio. Just a minute, please.
Eu tô com um problema aqui no celular, não tô ouvindo.
So, are you listening right now? Are you listening? Alessandro?
Eu tô com um problema aqui no áudio do celular, porque eu não consegui pelo computador.
He has problems with the audio. We can hear him, but he cannot hear us.
Okay. So while Alessandro just get these technical issues to his back, let's continue. I was just saying that before we can go to to some comments and questions that our viewers just put on the site, I think we have already here 2 or 3 topics that we can start our discussion, because Dina already spoke about the importance that schools can have in this opportunity to keep goalball vibrant in the future. Actually, it is in the schools that we have the future goalball players. So Dina, have you already worked on this particular issue, to going to schools and present goalball, and how is it going, this specific case?
When we ran the Euro C competition in Worcester, then 2 of us went into about 5, 6 junior schools, which were for mainstream children, and we gave them a chance to have a go at goalball. And then they came to watch the real thing, which was lovely, because they got a feeling of what they got to do and what it was going to be like. They knew they had to be quiet during it. They were a very good audience because they understood much more about what was going on, having had a go.
Perfect. And did they understood the rules of the game? They thought it was a sport, an easy sport to understand?
Yes, until they put their eye shades on.
Okay. So until they got the first obstacle to run about.
Yes.
Perfect.
But
Carla,
then
sorry. Yes, Dina?
But then they began to understand more the skill that the players had.
Perfect. Yeah, nothing just like to watch live to understand it even better.
Yes.
Carla, about this subject, schools, and actually it's where the basis of the future of the sport is. Do you agree that the schools is one of the path that the roads that the sport has to walk to be vibrant in the future?
Totally. If we think about the kids' development, for most part of them, the first contact with the sport, with rules and how to play, and having this contact with another players and kids is at the school environment. So I truly believe that the countries that have today most success revealing new athletes to finding talents in sport, they are putting the schools as a target to develop every sport. We see good practices on the oath, for example, in Australia, they are doing a very big and strong school of competition. So we see young players coming and talented players coming. We have another practice with Team TB that they are running clinics and actions in schools. Also, we can see that on their webpage and what kind of actions they are doing. In Brazil, we have some actions from the Brazilian Paralympic Committee with the educational areas. So grad schools, physical educational students, and not only for the kids at schools, but forming the professionals also who are going to work with the Paralympic sports. So when I say school environment is not only for players, but also for future professionals to be formed and working with the goalball as an official, as a coach. Anyway, it's a good place to start.
Exactly. Alessandro, you're already in conditions to take the word, yes?
Audio, Alessandro. We cannot hear you.
And now we hear.
I'm learning English, okay? And I'm speaking Portuguese, Carla translator, okay?
Perfect.
Okay.
Ok. Primeiro que eu concordo com tudo que as duas falaram. Eu coloco alguns pontos um pouquinho diferente do que elas estão falando.
I totally agree with what Dina and Carla just talked about, but I would like to add another point on this discussion. Ok, Ale, pode ir.
A gente tem que pensar também nas realidades dos países. Nós temos os países em desenvolvimento e os países desenvolvidos. Então, essa estatística de número de pessoas com deficiência é um pouquinho diferente.
We need to think about the different contexts between countries, developed countries and developmental countries, because the statistics about people with visual impairment, they are totally different depending on the region and the context.
Ok. Então, a nossa realidade hoje, né, se você pegar o Brasil, o que a gente ainda tem muito forte dentro do nosso país são as instituições específicas para pessoas com deficiência visual.
So thinking about Brazilian environment and structure, we still have in the country many specialized institutions that work specifically with blind people.
Então, um dos pontos de desenvolvimento do esporte nos países em desenvolvimento ainda impera as instituições para pessoas com deficiência.
So for those countries who are developing the sport, we still have those kind of institutions reinforcing the importance of the sport for the public specifically.
Então, esse é um ponto que a gente pode ter como promissor de desenvolvimento do esporte para pessoas com deficiência.
This is a very important target just to think about in terms of development for people with disability.
Acho que o segundo ponto importante para a gente desenvolver o esporte é justamente a educação física. A gente ter pessoas com deficiência fazendo parte das aulas da educação física. O processo de inclusão ser cada vez mais formal, mais presente.
The second key point is about the physical educational classes. And, this is about the inclusion in schools and students with visual impairment and blindness.
O terceiro ponto que da gente pensar, né, dessa proposta de fomentar o esporte para a deficiência, então, o primeiro ponto são as instituições, o segundo ponto são as escolas, aulas de educação física, o terceiro ponto, as universidades. As universidades têm que desenvolver cada vez mais disciplinas que envolvem a pessoa com deficiência, abordando na educação física, em outros cursos que são, né, que têm a mesma linha, e ter projetos de extensão para pessoas com deficiência.
And the third key point I would like to say is about the university. It's like having some kind of discipline that works specifically for people with disabilities. For example, adapted physical education inside the university is teaching the students how to work with the person with disabilities and also have kind of practice, we call in Brazil extension programs. It's like you open the space for the community and you have spaces for practices inside the environment of the university.
E por fim, né, o que a gente mais preza, que eu vejo que é fundamental, é ter políticas públicas destinadas às pessoas com deficiência. Então, as prefeituras das suas respectivas cidades terem projetos esportivos, né, destinados a esse público.
And the third, the last one is important for the cities and the state and the country to have for people with disabilities. So you have the public system of the country, the region, the city, opening some resources and spaces to develop the sport for these public.
Eu acho que para a gente começar a pensar em desenvolver o goalball, né, que é o nosso caso, mas pensando no esporte paralímpico de forma geral, cada vez ter um maior crescimento, acho que esses são alguns pontos importantes.
So this is just to start our conversation, some key points that I believe it's very important for the goalball community to think about development.
Mm-hmm. One question for Alessandro, and in this specific topic, you mentioned almost external environments of goalball. universities, public, political publics, and mayors. I mean, all external things to goalball. What I really want to know from you is that, and because you are also the national coach from Brazil, what could the professional players do, for example, to develop and to get more known the sport? Because I think goalball needs people from outside the goalball family, right? To keep vibrant in the future and to expand the base of the practice. What can professional, and when I say professional players, I mean already players that are at the national team level. So it's the highest level that you can achieve. What can this level of practice can do for those who want to start in the sport?
Entendeu, Ale, a pergunta?
O que leva, né, ao alto nível?
Ele falou que você
uma
citou,
ideia dessa?
ele falou que você citou vários fatores externos, universidade, políticas públicas, instituições, mas agora falando do ponto de vista da formação, dos atletas, do perfil, o que você pensa, né, que pode contribuir para esses países que querem desenvolver até chegar na alta performance?
E acima de tudo, o que é que os jogadores profissionais e que já são chamados à seleção, que é o mais alto nível que podem atingir, o que é que eles podem dar em relação ao goalball nisso, não é?
Bom, né, eu fiz algumas anotaçõezinhas aqui que eu acho que são importantes. Bom, acho que um primeiro item importante para a gente aumentar o número de pessoas praticando a modalidade é a gente criar uma cultura esportiva. E a gente tem vários países do mundo que tem uma monocultura esportiva.
The first point I would like to highlight, he was doing his note while you were asking, is like we need to transform the sport culture inside the country. And we need to create actually a sport.
Porque quando você cria a cultura esportiva, quando a gente cria a cultura esportiva e partindo da ideia, né, do esporte adaptado, do esporte para pessoas com deficiência, que é o nosso caso, as pessoas vão passar a olhar as pessoas com deficiência com novos olhares.
When you change in your country this culture and create, it's like you put people closer to the sport, they understand better the sport, and then it's easier for them to give value to the Paralympic sport, know about the sport, and in terms of engagement, this changes the internal culture of a region or a country.
Uma das formas da gente criar essa cultura esportiva é justamente a gente passar pelas práticas. E a educação física escolar é uma ferramenta muito forte para aumentar o número de possibilidades esportivas, né? E a partir do momento que a criança começa a interagir com o esporte paralímpico, com a pessoa com deficiência, ela vai ver que isso vai fazer parte da vida dela.
When we are saying about change the culture, the school is a very important space that you present that possibility for the kids, for example, and they grow knowing they can develop their abilities inside the sport, knowing something about goalball, for example. Fala menos, que aí fica mais fácil para eu traduzir. Frases mais curtas.
A partir do momento da escola, aí a gente pensar mesmo em encaminhar essa pessoa com deficiência para projetos esportivos ou para próprias instituições para pessoas com deficiência.
When the kid has this first contact at school, it's easier for the teachers, for example, to put this kid in contact with clubs and associations that develop the sport, the Paralympic sport.
Segunda proposta, para a gente poder identificar talento esportivo, né, ter atletas de alto nível praticando a modalidade, representando o seu país.
And another point is, if you have more kids playing, if you have more kids going to clubs and associations, you have more possibilities to identify the talented ones and improve the level of the sport inside your country.
Quando se tem as competições de goalball, que a gente tenha oficinas pedagógicas para os participantes. De que forma? Oficinas que serão ministradas por treinadores de seleções nacionais para esse grupo, tanto para iniciantes quanto para as pessoas que estão jogando, né?
So you can use, for example, the goalball competitions to run clinics to the participants. And it's like a continuous formation process. So you use every space you have. You use the school environment, and you use also the competition to keep forming and capacitating all the participants, athletes, coaches, and everyone involved.
Carla, do you want to add something of what Alessandro just spoke?
Yeah, this idea Alessandro is talking about, it's very important that the sport managers, I mean the associations, the confederations, they go on the same page, because sometimes we see coaches with very good ideas, with very good initiatives, but they don't have the support from their own confederation or association. So in sport management, you have to stay on the same page. You have you need the support from your institution. So I mean, the National Paralympic Committee, the national associations, and so don't have those actors on the same page, how will you develop the sport nationally or regional? Because you need the structure, you need funding, you need support, you need to reach visibility inside the Paralympic community, right? So from the sport management view, all those key points Alessandro said, they must be inside the national projects, right? So when you organize one idea of development, you write a project, a sports project, to present to some institution, and inside the goals, the main objectives of this project, you need to put officials formation, coaches formation process, athletes development, competition. And when I say, I saw on the answers from the participants that are listening us right now, and many of them said we need to increase competition, international participation, but a big amount of them, they don't have the regional tournaments inside the country. Sometimes just have the national competition, but the sport is not developed in all of the regions. So you need, when Alessandro says about schools, going to institutions, specialized one, we are talking about reach all of the targets in our country in the first place, and then we structure a national team with different professionals. Like today we have the multidisciplinary structures inside the national teams, right? You don't have just the physical condition of person and the coach. You have psychologists, you have the nutritionist, you have a doctor. So the professional sport have a bigger structure. But how can our projects lead our country and our region to that structure? This is all a result of good sport management projects inside the countries, inside institutions to develop the sport, to reach high performance. And just to finish this part, we have good sports models today that we can use to develop the sports. It's a very important tool. I don't know if you heard about this, please. The sport policy factors leading to international sporting success. This is a sport model created based on Olympic sports. And now the Paralympic area is discovering this tool. For me is a very important tool. They just found in a longitudinal study 9 pillars to reach international sporting success, and they give us with this study, with this tool, like many tips how to develop the sport. So it's not, you see, competition is one of the 9 pillars. We have funding, we have governance, we have sport venues, we have coaches formation process, we have media, because the media plays a very important role on the high performance sports today. So competition is one of the pillars, is not the main objective. So that's why it's very important for us to study, to look for what the top 10 countries are doing, what are the best practices, not to copy inside our countries, but we have important information that we can use to develop the sport in our region. So it's just complementing the idea.
Thank you so much, Carla. And before we can go to another topic, I just want to know about you, Dina, what we already being discussed, not even the competitions. I think we agree that maybe we need more competitions, not only international, but especially, as Carla said, maybe a developed regional competition.
Yes, here we do have regional competitions. We divide our game into different levels: novice, intermediate, and elite. And every player who wants to enter a competition has a grading between 1 and 5. So for a novice competition, a coach can only have 6 points on the court. And then it goes up for intermediate and up even higher for the elite. And in that way, everyone can play against people of their own level.
Okay. So one of the topics that I read in the questions put from our viewers about how do we keep the goalball vibrant in the future, and taking some words that Dina said in her presentation about the other kids can play in our terms. I know that this is not a very consensual topic, but I want to hear from you. What do you think about to open the goalball competition to the non-impaired visual people? We can start by you, exactly, Dina.
Okay. Here in Britain, we do allow people with too much sight for international competition to play. So they can join in at a lower level, but they cannot be selected for the international trainings and squads, unless they have a deteriorating condition and might become in the right category.
But would you agree that maybe bringing people which is not impaired visual to the sport can open the base from where actually then the clubs and the other tournaments can have more players in goalball?
I see no reason why not. And we already have brothers and sisters playing, and sometimes mothers and fathers.
Carla, what do you think about this topic?
I think to promote the sport is a good idea. but not for official competition, because we have the main origin of goalball is that is the only Paralympic sport created for people with disability. This is in our history. This is the essential of the goalball as a sport. So in terms of official competition, no, but in terms of sports promotion, why not?
Why not? Yeah.
Alessandro.
Em relação eu vejo que para o cenário de formação esportiva, a competição é importante, mas ela não é o ponto final.
Eles perguntaram o que a gente acha sobre ter pessoas que não têm deficiência visual jogando goalball, e o que você acha disso? E a minha resposta foi que não oficialmente volta a promover, mas que oficialmente o goalball tem na sua essência, na sua origem, em sua história, o fato de ser um esporte criado, né, com deficiência.
Acho que entender que nós fazemos e eu não vejo problema. Talvez para a competição, para a essência da competição.
Alessandro just agree with me and Dina said for the competition, official competition, it's not a good idea, but for promotion, yes. Seu áudio, Alessandro, tá dando umas... Eu acho que é o fone.
Desculpa.
Melhorou.
Aqui. Mas eu acho que para possibilidades de inclusão e fomento da modalidade, eu vejo como um positivo.
And Alessandro also said that for inclusion and for promotion of the sport is a very good idea. And I just remember on one of the answers, I don't remember who, the person said it's important to promote the reverse inclusion. And I believe this is the reverse inclusion. Is
absolutely.
Put people without a visual impairment playing goalball, and go on the opposite way.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what I was. It was exactly what I was expecting, because you just said it. It's the reverse inclusion. I mean, yes. It's bringing the other people to the sport.
Yeah.
Nós tivemos uma proposta aqui criada pelo James em acho que 2004 mais ou menos, que foi um campeonato universitário de goalball, que foi feito, várias entidades, várias instituições foram criadas, e aí a ideia foi até para a Unicamp, e aconteceu umas 3, 4 edições.
Eu lembro disso. Alessandro said that some years ago, in 2004, Wagner Camargo, he was the national referees coordinator before me, and he organized a university goalball tournament for people in general, not only for students with disabilities, but all the university community. And they had like 4 editions of these tournaments, then stopped. I don't know why, but it's a good idea to come back with this kind of tournament, Alessandro. Boa ideia de voltar com isso aí.
Mas a gente não pode esquecer de um detalhe, que nós estamos fazendo um esporte paralímpico, um esporte para pessoas com deficiência. Por isso que ainda eu vejo que uma forma de aumentar ainda, né, essa relação com a pessoa com deficiência é criar classificações para o jogo. Ou seja, toda dentro de quadra.
Alessandro saying that seu vídeo está travando ali, eu não sei o que está acontecendo. Aí, voltou. Alessandro said it's very important for us not to forget that... Oi? not to forget that we are developing a Paralympic sport.
Oi?
So we can have some organize some kind of interactions and having different kind of people playing the sport, but never forget we have to develop the Paralympic sport with specific classification, and that's it.
But Alessandro just spoke about classification, different classification.
Ele está querendo que você fale sobre essa classificação, Ale. O que você quis dizer com classificação?
Na verdade, não é nem classificação, é regras, né? Que talvez uma das possibilidades para a gente potencializar ainda mais o esporte, mostrar que isso é um esporte para pessoas com deficiência, é a gente ter uma regra que toda equipe tem que ter pelo menos um B1, um cego dentro de quadra.
Alessandro defends the idea inside the visual classification system for goalball to have a rule that each team has at least one B1 player in court, just to guarantee we will never lose the essential of the sport that is for blind, that was created for blind people. So this is one of the discussions inside the visual classification system and how to keep goalball on equal conditions of playing.
Mhm.
Very good.
Até por relações de estratégias de ensino-aprendizagem. É muito mais fácil você ensinar uma pessoa que enxerga do que uma pessoa cega. Então, a gente não perder a essência do goalball. O goalball é um esporte criado para pessoas com deficiência visual e, de preferência, uma pessoa cega.
And this is on our teaching strategies. Also, it's very easier to teach goalball for a kid that can see that for a kid without the vision. So the essential of the sport is for visual impaired people and blind people. We cannot forget this.
Okay. Dina, you want something to add?
No, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay. So also one of the questions and also mentioned by Carla, which is the intention of the media. Someone wrote that encouraging the dissemination of the championships with the quality broadcasts and commentators as it was done in IBSA Goalball European B in 2021. So maybe also the media have a special role here in this keeping the goalball vibrant. Dina.
Yes, I think they have, because it's very good to be able to understand the game for the audience. Again, if I go back to the European C we ran in Worcester, we had a very good company there. They showed the games and they were amazed how many people watched from around the world, which was great. And I think that was exactly the same as Euro B this last weekend, because they had many more people watching than were able to be there. So you could feel part of it. I don't know that the players felt that we were part of it, but the audience felt we were part of the game.
Do you have any idea of how goalball gets so much attention? Because even in the clinics of EGCA, for example, they have a lot of attending people, and in the goalball talks also we have a lot of people watching all over the world. Is there any explanations why goalball has got so much attention?
I think it's because people can't always travel to the tournaments, like this last weekend, no spectators, only the people who were involved could be there. Absolutely great that so many people around the world were watching. I think it was interesting, mainly for the other players and coaches from around the world.
Yes. It's also a family. Carla, you brought this.
Yes.
You brought this topic to the discussion. What do you think about the media, the role of the media in this subject?
I will come back with the experience that we had on the two past Paralympic Games, first London 2012 and then Rio 2016. And for me, London just broke this barrier with the first with the sport presentation for goalball. They played a very important role to make people understand what goalball is. This is I'm talking about tournaments that we can receive spectators, not on this pandemic scenario that we have now. And I remember in London, while people were waiting to get in the venue and watching a goalball game, someone from the spectator services stayed with a megaphone outside. Do you know what goalball? Goalball is a game player, la la la, and they were teaching while people were waiting about the sport, about the importance of the silence while the ball is in play. And that for me was a very important experience just to bring these ideas to Rio 2016 Paralympic Games. And sometimes people were dancing and singing, and then you need silence. And they put on the main screens kids from different origins and countries just doing that. And like in 5 seconds, you see a full venue in silence and people playing.
And we know how hard it is sometimes to stand still, kids from early age. Yes.
I know. I'm from Brazil, and people cannot be in silence. You're watching goalball. You have a goal, you have ball, and everybody wants to. But there was a experience that for me changed everything. And one of the lessons, one of the big lessons during the Rio 2016 Paralympic Games was if you have entertainment, if you have a presenter, if you have music and people enjoying to be on video, you will attract media, okay? Because you think about a venue with people inside enjoying. One TV wants to make wants to interview someone and show what is happening. And if the media come to the sport, you have sponsors. Okay, so
Exactly.
we have a rational system here. You have entertainment. Entertainment attracts spectator attracts media and sponsors. So today, in high performance sport, the most developed sports, you think about that. So from the International Federation point of view, for example, if you approve, if you sanction an event on a country that is not developed and don't have financial resources, how the institution can support country to have a live streaming during the tournaments, because this is not a reality for all. In some countries, it's very expensive to have a good internet connection, equipment, commentators speaking English to make it accessible for other regions. In some regions, it's okay. This is not that expensive, but in some others is. And we need to study the big scenario, not only our region, our situations. We need to think worldwide, because another key point is I can hypothetically think like this. Okay, in Brazil, I don't care with the other countries if they can or if they cannot, if they can buy one ball or if they cannot. But we cannot, and we never can think like this, because for the International Paralympic Committee, one of the key points to keep the sport, all the sports programs for the Paralympic Games is how many people are playing the sport. And if we don't worry about developmental countries, how they can improve, how can we have more people playing the sport, we can problem, because they are looking for this to approve and to keep the sport on the Paralympic Games. So as I said at the beginning, the most developed countries, they need to find the ways to support the other countries to develop sport. This is good for all. So we cannot just think in our scenario.
Okay, so we are in our last 5 minutes of the first panel. I don't think Alessandro Tossim has problems getting the media attention, because after all, he is the national head coach from Brazil. Do you have any problem? No problems with the media, right, Alessandro?
You're right. Estou perguntando se você tem algum problema com a mídia no Brasil, como é que é essa relação sua durante as suas práticas. Alessandro has
falhou aqui.
Eu estava a perguntar, Alessandro, que se há coisa que o Alessandro não deve sentir é problemas com a comunicação social, em ter atenção da comunicação social, porque no fundo é o selecionador do Brasil, não é?
Não, eu me dou muito bem com isso, eu não tenho muito problema, não. Até porque acho que eu tenho até uma certa facilidade em falar, né? São muitos anos dando aula e você acaba tendo essa facilidade. E falar do que a gente gosta, eu acho que a gente tem mais facilidade ainda. Então eu acabo não tendo muito problema, não. Eu sou bem tranquilo em relação às comunicações sociais aí.
So that's it. Alessandro really has no problems with the media, as I was expected, of course. Just because he's also a professor, so he has some easy speech, not only to his students but also to the journalists. And so, because we are already finished, I will ask you, please, in 1 minute, what have you summarized of this first panel, and actually trying to answer the real question, how to keep the goalball vibrant in the future. We have already set here some major topics, as investment in schools, in kids as a base to the future of the goalball. But in 1 minute, how do you summarize a quick answer for this specific question? Starting with you, Dina, please.
The other thing that we're doing here is many of the courses run at universities now, they have to have a disability awareness group or of different disability sports. And Goalball UK is getting into that, though, into the courses as well, and running courses at the university so that it's known amongst those who will be professors.
Perfect. Carla?
I believe to have a goalball more attractive in the future, more vibrant, to worry about the sport to be more accessible, worry about sport promotion, sport management, what this area can bring through the sport, like funding and improving the structures internally. For example, as Dina said, about the formation process. We need to keep forming people to work with the Paralympic sport.
Alessandro, para fazer aqui um sumário daquilo que foi aqui discutido, o que é que lhe parece que se pode dizer assim num minuto, a resposta à pergunta que aqui também se fez, que é como é que nós conseguimos manter vibrante o goalball no futuro?
Eu acho que alguns pontos, né, já foram até comentados, né? A gente aumentar o número de praticantes, né? A gente trabalhar o goalball aí dentro das universidades. Mas eu acho que para a gente manter ele mais vibrante, eu acho que a gente precisa de uma maior divulgação midiática e, principalmente, eu acho que algumas regras precisam ser modificadas. Por que modificadas? Vou dar um exemplo. Traduz para a Dina, Carla, ou Pedro, tanto faz.
Yeah, Alessandro said that he believes the media has very important to be more vibrant and improve the participation is another important thing to have more people playing the sport. While,
Vou dar um exemplo.
I'm
Hoje,
sorry.
o
Desculpa, Ale.
esporte coletivo.
Desculpa. And another thing Alessandro said is about the rule. The sports rule is also very important to keep the global more vibrant in the future. Bye.
Continuando, então. Em todos os esportes coletivos do mundo, procuram cada vez ser mais dinâmicos.
In all collective team sports around the world, the rules they try to keep the sport more dynamic, you know. Vale.
A gente conhece algum esporte, por exemplo, que começa com uma penalidade? Imagine para o público que está assistindo, a gente começa o jogo com uma penalidade, ninguém está entendendo nada.
Do you know one sport that before the game start, they have one penalty? The game. He's making this question on this analysis because when we have this scenario, nobody understands that, and it's very difficult to explain to spectators, media, what is happening because before the game start, we have a penalty situations. This is just one example how the rule can change to keep the sport more vibrant in the future.
It was just a perfect. Do you want to add something, Alessandro?
Okay.
Pode falar, Lê, se quiser continuar.
Outro ponto importante, quando a gente vai fazer uma substituição, hoje os esportes são extremamente dinâmicos na substituição. No goalball, se a gente analisar em uma substituição, a gente perde pelo menos 1 minuto. Para uma questão midiática, isso é horrível. Ter um árbitro que do lado de fora, ele já faz essa checagem do atleta que vai entrar e você pede uma substituição e é só fazer a troca, deixa o esporte já mais dinâmico nesse quesito.
Another example is about the substitution situation. Some team sports, they do it very fast. So it's like football five-a-side is one practical example that one referee outside check the eye shades, and when announce the substitution, it's very fast. So if we just put on a stopwatch for how long we lose time with substitution situations like stopping, check eye shades, put eye shades, and guide the athlete to the court, we lose time that players could be playing more. So this is another example. Just to add what Alessandro said, we discuss a lot the impact of the rules on the sport. Historically, judo, volleyball, they just keep out some rules because of the media. Do you know that judo reduced the time of the fight because for television, a longest fight wasn't interesting. So they reduced the time, keep it more dynamic, and for the media promotion, there was a big step. And also for volleyball, some years ago, volleyball had a system of advantage. So some games like almost a technical game.
Exactly.
And now they are directly pointing, so it's more objective. It's more played, it's more interesting for the media. So the sport must be on the same page what the media wants to promote and to show. We cannot forget that.
And it was with these two absolutely amazing examples from Alessandro Tossim that we finished this first panel. I thank you very much to Dina Murdy, Carla D'Amata, and Alessandro Tossim for their absolutely amazing participations in this first panel. And I will ask you just a 30 minutes break until our next second panel. We will be right back.
One minute, one sport. Goalball. Yup.
Where? Yoisho! Yoisho! Yay! Tokyo 2020!
Goalball was devised in 1946 as a rehabilitation activity for visually impaired World War II veterans. It was introduced to the world at the 1976 Paralympic Games in Toronto and is played by both men's and women's teams. Goalball is exclusively for athletes with a visual impairment. To be eligible, athletes have less than 10% vision remaining or a visual field restricted to 20 degrees. Participants wear blackout masks whilst on court that cannot be touched unless permitted by the referee. The court is 18 metres by 9 metres. Each team's goal stretches the entire width and is 1.3 metres high. The hard rubber ball has a diameter of 25 centimetres. Two bells inside the ball help orientate the players of the direction of the oncoming ball. The string placed under court lines also give the players orientation. Whilst play is in progress, complete silence is required in the venue to allow the players to react to the ball. The object of the game is to roll the ball into the opposite goal, whilst opposing players try to block the ball with their bodies. There are 3 players per team on court at any time, with a maximum of 3 substitutes. Each match consists of 2 12-minute halves separated by a 3-minute break. Teams have 10 seconds from first defensive contact to get the ball across the centre court line. The game is won by scoring the most goals in the allotted time, or if one team leads the other, by 10 goals. A tournament begins with a round-robin phase. The top 4 teams from each group will progress through to the quarter-final and semi-final elimination matches as they strive to reach the final. Goalball is unique. The hush of the crowd and the high degree of skill, tactics and split-second player reactions create a spectacular sport.
It's times like these you give and give again. It's times like these you learn to love again. It's times like these you learn to love again. It's times like these, time and time again.
Sport is a 100% Spanish company dedicated to the manufacture and trade of sports equipment. It was founded by Fructuoso López in 1965 and has established itself as the most important Spanish sports brand, with the highest sales volume in the world and in the top 10 of global brands.
Al mercado,
la gran posibilidad que tiene, la estabilidad que tiene, y hablando bien de ella, de la comunidad.
It's present in more than 100 countries and has 8 subsidiaries in Mexico, Latin America, Brazil, United States, Italy, China, England and Germany. Its mission, among others, is to improve the service offered to all its customers worldwide each year. To this end, an expansion of 60,000 square metres has been carried out in its warehouses, where new machinery, measuring 100 metres long by 13 metres high and 12 metres deep, has been installed. A total of 15,600 cubic metres. This intelligent logistics system optimises the movement of all the merchandise. In its stores, around 4 million active references are managed, which in real time, through a radio frequency warehouse system, allows an entry and exit movement of more than 70,000 units per day. More than 800 trays are moved per hour, which expedites the delivery of products to serve any country or address in the world in 24, 48 or 72 hours. This new robotic system aims to streamline the logistics of the company, as well as the storage and delivery service to the customer. Various robots carry out most of the replenishment, packaging and orders management work at a much higher speed than the current one and with a 0.01% margin of error. In total, it has a clothing storage capacity of 2,845 cubic metres. On its arrival of the material at our warehouses in containers, it's unloaded by a robot with 5 conveyor belts, which transports the merchandise already placed according to its location in the warehouse. Then a computer system developed exclusively for Roma tells the operator where to place the merchandise through a data capture device. The new machine manages on the one hand own orders that only contain textiles and on the other hand orders that later have to be completed with footwear on an automated conveyor belt. Finally, all the orders go through a volumetric machine that labels the boxes and prepares them to be transported by containers. Our merchandise is then ready to be delivered anywhere in the world.
1 minute, 1 sport.
Goalball. Yo.
Where? Yoisho! Yoisho! Yay! Tokyo 2020!
Goalball was devised in 1946 as a rehabilitation activity for visually impaired World War II veterans. It was introduced to the world at the 1976 Paralympic Games in Toronto and is played by both men's and women's teams. Goalball is exclusively for athletes with a visual impairment. To be eligible, athletes have less than 10% vision remaining or a visual field restricted to 20 degrees. Participants wear blackout masks whilst on court that cannot be touched unless permitted by the referee. The court is 18 metres by 9 metres. Each team's goal stretches the entire width and is 1.3 metres high. The hard rubber ball has a diameter of 25 centimetres. Two bells inside the ball help orientate the players of the direction of the oncoming ball. The string placed under court lines also give the players orientation. Whilst play is in progress, complete silence is required in the venue to allow the players to react to the ball. The object of the game is to roll the ball into the opposite goal, whilst opposing players try to block the ball with their bodies. There are 3 players per team on court at any time, with a maximum of 3 substitutes. Each match consists of 2 12-minute halves separated by a 3-minute break. Teams have 10 seconds from first defensive contact to get the ball across the centre court line. The game is won by scoring the most goals in the allotted time, or if one team leads the other, by 10 goals. A tournament begins with a round-robin phase. The top 4 teams from each group will progress through to the quarter-final and semi-final elimination matches as they strive to reach the final. Goalball is unique. The hush of the crowd and the high degree of skill, tactics and split-second player reactions create a spectacular sport.
So, good afternoon again, and welcome to our second panel of this first International Goalball Convention. We're now going to discuss the topic, how do we develop the club goalball at all levels? And for this panel, we have with us already Erkki Minala, the president of the European Goalball Club Association. Also, Ahmad Zaividavi, the CEO of the American Grand Slam from Canada, and Vicky Ago, a female player of Goalball Club. And unfortunately, we couldn't get Fatmir Seremeti, director and player of Goalball Club, last minute stuff to do, so he regrets not to be here, but we move along as, of course, we did. So, like the first panel, we are going to make a first round for the initial statements, and then we can start the discussion for the topic. Erkki.
Yes.
Go ahead, you're the first one.
Yeah, thanks a lot. And hello, everybody. And I'm very happy to have this first edition of International Goalball Convention. I'm really delighted that we managed to do that and for the celebration of a 75th anniversary of goalball year. And yes, thanks for IBSA and for the cooperation in this convention. And yeah, about this issue that we are talking about, this topic about club goalball in all levels. First of all, I'd like to say that I have been very involved in club goalball, especially here in Europe. 2012, we started to promote club goalball, and we created Super European Goalball League. And today it's a very, very big competition. In the beginning, we have only 4 clubs, one from Sweden, one from Lithuania, and 2 from Finland. But today, I think last season we have 18 clubs from 15 countries. So I have worked very much for that Super European Goalball League, and of course the elite goalball, club goalball. But also now we are starting and have started the Euro Grand Prix, new competition for the low threshold competition, also international, but its goal is to get more experience to low developed global countries, to get their clubs to get more experiences and benefit more international experiences. And that this way also we like to get of course for the athletes, but also we would like to get new coaches, new referees in the sport. So this is one very important step here in Europe, and I hope that other continents will do the same, that they start to work for the club goalball also, because club goalball is and should be the basement of the old tops team sport. And yes, European Goalball Club Association was born 2019. We are registered by European law, and so this is our third year we are operating, and this we have done a lot of work. And about for the clubs, we love to improve and develop and involve clubs around the world, but especially in Europe. But of course, we are working with Goalball Academy, which is the scientific study for the goalball clubs and all the people around the world to get a more knowledge about sport and about goalball. It's a great way. We had last year 13 sessions and over 500 participants from 80 countries. So they were very, very popular, very famous, this Goalball Academy master classes. And also now we have started to work for the dissemination of goalball. Our priority to get people to know and so about this fantastic sport. So we have a Goalball TV, which is at the moment also broadcasting this convention. So it's one of a very important way to develop the sport, that we get more visibility and more live coverage from the competitions. So I have a lot of passion for the club goalball, and it's great to be here, part of this panel, and discuss about all the topics.
Thank you so much, Erki. And Ahmad, what's about your initial statement?
Yeah, so glad to be here and speaking to the goalball community. I just want to acknowledge the work that has been done by Erki, Luis, Marcia, and everybody at the European Goalball Club Association. And I'm also so encouraged to see that IBSA has been taking part in this. I think this is a great development that we could work parallel with IBSA, which is the governing body for the sport of goalball. And I think this is a major step towards developing a better goalball system in the world. I am, as well as Erki, very passionate about club goalball, because I believe to develop the sport to the level that we dream, we need club goalball to develop. The reason I'm saying that, every 4 years there is about 3 or 4 major championships. It would be the regional championships, it would be world championships, and Paralympic sport. And looking at this, over 100 countries play goalball, but maximum 16 countries get to participate in world championships, 10 at the Paralympic Games. And that will only give opportunity to 6 athletes from each country to participate. So the participation is limited, and it's a reality. And there is no more room to get more teams to the Paralympic Games or World Championships because of the capacity issues. And if you remember, for getting equity between men and women's goalball, they had to take 2 spots from the men's team to give to the women's team. So for that, I think club goalball becomes very crucial in the world. But there's a reality here that running club goalball requires sponsorship from private sponsors. There is a government stream, small stream, that normally goes to sanctioned events and blind sports, which are spent for national teams and national championships. So I am a big believer of going after sponsorship. And when I, along some others here in Canada, we decided to start a goalball club and an international tournament, we put together our asset, and we looked at other sports. What do they do? How do they have sponsors? You know, there was this myth that everybody thought, who would give money to goalball? Nobody knows goalball. You know, nobody knows goalball because we haven't promoted it well, and nobody gives money to goalball because we haven't asked. So we put together our asset. What were our assets? Our assets were our great athletes. Our assets were championships, international teams, over 100 countries play goalball. So we put all of these together and went after sponsorships for our club and for our tournament. And to many people's surprise, people were interested, and we didn't ask for donation. We when you ask for sponsorship, you're basically selling something. You're selling your assets. So that's what we did, and I think we had quite a bit of success in that. We were able to raise about, this past year, I think our tournament cost was about $100,000. We were able to give close to $20,000 of prize money, and I think these are achievements that we need as a collective to go after, and is important for club teams to know their assets and represent those well to the private corporations, and to try to get these streams of funding in order to develop. I know that until now, clubs have the development is amazing, but they have been by passionate volunteers like Erky. But it gets to a point that you can't really run this by volunteers. You would need funding in order to have full-time staff to develop this, and this is something that I really encourage everyone to think about and to start these in your countries. And it all starts from one person. Erky said we started with 4 clubs, and it developed to 18 now, and there is a second tournament. So it only starts from one person, one vision, one passion, but it develops. So yeah, I'm so encouraged, and I'm looking forward to the conversation and the questions.
Thank you so much, Ahmad. And now, Vicky, what about your initial statement? What do you have to say about this subject?
Hello, everyone, and thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to be here today. I definitely agree with both, like Ahmed and Erke. They actually, made some very important points. But I'd also like to add on how important Club Goalball would be for the visually impaired community as a whole. Because, okay, we're all here like national players, and then you, as Ahmed mentioned, we all have our competitions, but it's only 6 of us. And there is a whole community that can definitely benefit from goalball and sport overall. And we don't have that yet. We don't have like the opportunity for children to join, to develop like from an early age. And then obviously if you have that, you'll have better teams in the future, not just club teams, but like not just clubs, but then the national teams would definitely improve because you have more people to choose from, which I think it's very important. And I haven't been like very involved in the like directing administrative parts of organizing, and like I wasn't very involved in that part of goalball, but I definitely have like a lot of experience in like joining tournaments and clubs and playing around the Europe mainly. And I can see how much all of this is mainly for now it's a personal effort, and like what we as individuals are willing to give in the sport. And as I don't think that everyone can do that, so it's a matter of how much we want to support our visual impaired community as well, on top of like everything else. So yeah, I don't really have to say much, so I'll leave it here. And thank you so much again.
Thank you so much, Vicky. So may we start now to debate some issues about how can we develop the clubs at all levels. Ahmad already started to talk about one of the main issues here, which is actually sponsorship. The economic reality of the clubs are also one of the basic keys to implement whatever we want to do. But before we can talk about the sponsorship, maybe we can also talk about the infrastructures, because playing goalball doesn't need a specific facility. It can be also adapted from other sports. Do you think this is one of the could be one of the reasons that clubs could be or goalball could be more implemented in the clubs? I will start for Erki.
Yeah, goalball is of course it's a unique sport, but of course you can play it of course in a play halls, and of course as we saw like a 1 week ago from Ghana championships, they play outside, so it's you have a very good chances to play goalball, and it's of course you need players. Of course you need this is 3 against 3 play, of course that's important, but of course you can train with a lower amount of members in your club. You can develop your skills, and of course it's good that it's easy to start goalball at all. You need just a couple of pads, and you need some play shoes, and of course the pants for goalball, but it's easy to start goalball. It's not so expensive to play goalball at all. That's a good way to promote also goalball, that it's not so expensive sport for example for the children, for the parents, and also of course in many places it's difficult to get good facilities to train, but I believe that if people are innovative, goalball is very flexible sport, and it's you have many ways to train it at all. And so it's goalball is, that's why goalball is very good sport to start and get on in the clubs.
Thank you. Ahmad, to you, do you think infrastructure can be an obstacle to implement goalball in the clubs?
I think infrastructure, when it gets to gym or equipment, is not. But I think when it gets to getting into this infrastructure is a challenge, because first of all, not a lot of people, gyms are normally owned by government entities, by colleges, by schools. And imagine going to a school and asking them, I want a goalball practice. The first thing they tell you, oh, what is goalball? So I want to throw in this radical idea again, that I think the biggest challenge of goalball is awareness and human resources. And I will go a little deep in that. The goal of every country is to have less blind people, and that's a reality. And so we don't have enough people playing this sport to get it big enough to give it more attention, more lobby. So opposite than the previous panel spoke, I think only promoting goalball in the sighted world will not help goalball, because imagine you tell people, come sit on this dinner table, but you're not allowed to eat from it. So I think we have to share a piece of this pie with the sighted world by starting, at least in the club side, starting to allow one-sided player to play internationally. And the end goal will not be that sighted people will take over the Paralympics, because the Paralympic has classification that would not allow sighted people. And I think we need to look at this as a bigger picture to have goalball in the Olympic sports. Like, if the sighted people get to play in the Olympics, is not gonna take away from us as Paralympians. It's actually gonna open the door for more lobby, for more funding, for more awareness, because there'll be a lot more people. Imagine if you have college teams starting playing goalball. There will be opening, college scholarships for goalball. We don't have that now. Imagine if schools can play, because they know that they have a path to to the sport that they could play. So, and then you already see that Paralympians are allowed to go to the Olympics if they could meet those records, like in athletics and shooting and all those sports. So I think one of the biggest hurdle that, I know this is, a lot of people are worried, sighted people are going to take over, but I think if this is structured well, we should be proud that an Olympic sport has risen from a Paralympic sport. That's another thing to think about. So I think it is very important to use the resources in a way that they feel included and it is into our advantage.
That is really a radical idea, Ahmad, which actually I also agree with you. To see if I understood, you defend that the individual pair people can play goalball in the Paralympic, but also sight people can play goalball in the Olympic Games. Is that it?
I am saying the end goal will not be that the sighted people will play in the Paralympics. I'm saying that to start, we should allow at least one sighted athlete to play. So there will be a path for international competition for sighted people. They are competing for something. But if you ask sighted people to come try goalball, they will try goalball. They will feel so awkward putting an eye shade on, and then they just look at it. Okay, that was fun. I'm not going to try this again. But providing a path for colleges, for school to participate with the end goal of goalball to be included in the Olympic program. So sighted people would have their own, imagine if, blind soccer, if soccer said, no, blind people cannot play soccer. What would be the outrage? If like other teams, there's so many Paralympic sports that have risen out of the Olympic program, but I think goalball should rise in an Olympic pathway for sighted athlete, and that would give it more lobby, more funding, more attention, more media. Like everything would come if you have more numbers, more people playing. So I think we shouldn't be scared of sighted people coming play goalball if this is tried well. Trust me, IPC would never, classify a sighted person to come to the Paralympic sport. But if a lobby starts that, okay, you should include this program, to the Olympic program, wouldn't that be amazing?
Vicky, wouldn't that be amazing?
Oh yeah, if you ask me, it would be amazing. And coming from a team in a country that we don't have players, we don't have options, we often don't have players to train with. I think it's more beneficial for us more than anyone else. We need people to play goalball, and I think that's the main problem here. Because yes, it's good that we can play in a basketball hall, and you can find those everywhere. I don't know how easy it is for every club to get access to those, because judging from my own experience, it's not always easy. And we need time. Even if you get access, 1 hour is not enough. So I don't think that's always, it's nice. We can use, other sports and all this stuff, but I don't think that's always for everyone is as easy as, it might sound. But definitely I feel having more people involved, that's a goal that we should be actually aiming for at first. And I think, that's mainly for us and more than anyone else.
Good. Erki, I started with you by questioning you about the infrastructure, but now we just jumped to another topic and we are already discussing the reverse inclusion. What do you think about this?
Yeah, it was very interesting opinion about Ahmed. It was very radical, but yeah, very good opinion at all. But yeah, I believe that we will and we need and we will need really much the not visually impaired people around goalball, and of course that's the very big opportunity for goalball that get more.
I think we have some troubles with the Erkki communication. Is everything okay now, Erkki? Let's wait. Oh, Erkki just went out, so we will expect him to come back as soon as possible. Ahmad, I didn't want to jump this subject yet because Erkki was talking about it, but how do you saw the suggestion in the first panel of going to schools? Because one of the things that you told also was that goalball need to be known in the world. People need to know what goalball is. Doesn't matter if it is impaired in visual or not. But what do you think about this approach to going to schools and talk about goalball?
I am all in for going to school and talk about goalball, but I just want to tell you in each country, there'll be, for example, in the UK, there might be Dina and one or two others that have this expertise to go into schools and talk about goalball, and with everything that is going on, that could happen. Probably you could get to each school once a year or once every 2 years, considering the whole country. And then some countries are even bigger, that's even less possible. But I think this school program has to come out of the school program, like the teachers, the sport programs from the school need to include goalball in their program. Like, they do have volleyball, they have like lots of sport that they do. And somebody from outside coming in one time, and I have personally done that, it's kind of a fun thing for kids. They would know something about it, but that would be it. But if there is a path, if there is a path for students, for school children to play this sport competitively, and there will be from bottom, it's like being in a volleyball team. They play in school and they go in a club, and then they go to national championships, and then there's an international pathway for them, right? There is a steps that they need to take. So I think if we create this path, automatically schools gonna incorporate goalball as one of their sports program. But right now, the doing this in school is gonna raise awareness for sure, but is not gonna help the competitive goalball is not gonna contribute to that. And that's what we're talking about. How are we gonna develop competitive goalball? And the question is, we need more people. How do we get more people?
Exactly. Erkki, are you?
Hello. Yes. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah. Sorry. Yes, we have a quite bad connection here in Lapland, but yeah.
No worry.
No worry. About reverse inclusion. Yeah. Great. My opinion is that we really need sighted people around goalball, also like players, but of course we have to promote goalball a lot for the sighted people also, and we have to give them a chance to, of course, test goalball and also play goalball, and this way, like a Super European Goalball League and Euro Grand Prix EGCA competitions, we are allowing sighted players on the court. So this is the one way. I'm not going as long as Ahmad mentioned before, not yet, but of course it was a very very interesting opinion and exciting. But now we are allowing sighted people, sighted players on the court, and it's very big opportunity for goalball that we get sighted people more and more around goalball. They become not only players, they become coaches. This way we can get more coaches and more referees. And of course, for the club teams, it's much easier to travel to the tournaments when you have sighted people in your team and who can assist you in the on your travel to the tournaments, and anyway organize the tournaments. And this is the very important that we get the sighted people, and yes, that they feel that they are included this goalball community and goalball family. And in Finland, also in our national league, we have quite many sighted people playing goalball. So it's very nice, and of course we get new players. It's very important, and all the good things that we can get, we can benefit if we allow the sighted people around goalball to be part of our family.
While
couple comments, if I may jump in here, just came to my mind. I think they're very important for the audience to hear. One, I think there is pros and cons in everything. Like there is downside, there's definitely downside to this idea. I'm not saying that there is no downside, but I personally normally put the pros and cons beside each other, and I see which one would benefit the most. And I think this is in everything. And I think involving sighted athletes in competitive goalball will benefit us greatly in many fronts, in many things that we lack. At the same time, I have recently understood this more. So our federation, the Canadian Blind Sport, has made a decision recently to not send a Canadian national team to competition for 4 years in hopes that we train at home and develop to a competitive level. And this made me think, like put me in, like me and my other teammates in the same thought of a sighted person. And imagine, like I'm in the same situation by them. I'm stuck with this decision that no competition for me, no international competition for the next 4 years. It just makes me want to quit. It just makes me not want to play goalball. So I think this is a very important discussion to have, that if you don't have competition, is there the motivation for people to be involved in the sport?
Mm-hmm.
So here's another topic to this discussion about the tournaments and the competition. Vicky, do you also agree that we need more competition and more tournaments so goalball can be widely spread throughout the countries?
Yes, definitely. And we need more competitions for different levels, because we see here, like, I think we can clearly see that we'll probably have quite a few, well, not enough, but elite competitions. And then there's a lack of competitions for young people, children, teenagers, then women's competitions. But you don't have players, but you don't have like, and that's where the previous point of sighted people would be, important, because you need players to go to those competitions. There's no point of having competitions if you don't have team or players. So yeah, there's definitely a lack of, like, if I want to play, like most of the tournaments I play are men's tournaments, because I don't have tournaments that are in a high level but are women's tournaments, because we don't see women being involved in clubs competitions as much as we see men. Or we don't see, like, well, I personally have been to a lot of those, but it was like they're very regional and efforts of individuals and clubs. So it's not something supported from bigger organizations. We don't see a lot of competitions for people, for beginners, for children and all that stuff. So I definitely think we need more, but that goes first. Like, we have to have players and teams. But if there are no competitions, nobody will care to play. So I think it's a circle.
It is. It's true. And somehow at some point we need to stop that vicious circle, so we can once go out and take the right path. Erki,
Yes.
This is exactly one point that touches the heart of this question of this panel. How can we develop goalball clubs at all level, but it gets an obstacle or stops in the number of players that the clubs can have. And clubs, of course, are the basement, as you said in the initial statement. It's the basement of the sport. Ahmad already spoke about the fact that Dina spoke in the first panel about going to schools and talk about goalball and try to get some new players. Do you think this is a good way to start and get more players in goalball?
Yes, this is one way to get more. Of course, like my club here in Espoo in Finland, Old Power, we have done a lot of promotion demonstration events for the kids in schools, and so this is one way to reach new players. But of course, this is the most important thing, that we rise to awareness of goalball at all. And in many countries they still have also blind schools, but of course here for example here in Finland, all the visual impaired kids are part of the standard schools, and this is very big, very difficult to find all the visually impaired youngsters and new for the to get they promoted to goalball. For example, here in Finland, it's a very large country, and there is people around this country. We have also made some goalball promotion tour around Finland. We have visited in different towns around Finland, in northern, southern, eastern, western Finland, and I think we have to do this more. And
how was the experience, Erki?
It was quite difficult to get them on, but when you get them on, you get the new people around goalball. But of course, we can go to somewhere in Finland. We can go to the northern Finland, but we have to find there also some very interested people, some very enthusiastic people that the goalball trainings will continue there, and they will get. Of course, we have to take all the levels, also the towns and all the cities, and of course decision makers along in this project. It was quite difficult, and we didn't manage as well as we wanted, but I think we have to do that again, and we have learned about our mistakes in this project. But of course, I encourage also all the people around the world to do the same. Think about some promotion tour in your country, and this way get more athletes, more people around goalball, and also don't leave them alone. It's just you have to keep them eye on them and try to help as much as you can. And it's great to if they could found own club there and start to compete. But of course, they need big support and in their hometown, and that's very big opportunity, but it needs a lot of work and a lot of resources to do that.
Good. Be persistent. Be persistent. I want to start a new topic on this subject here, because I think professional clubs, which are already in the elite level of goalball, can have also a very strong word to say about the development of the goalball in clubs. What do you think? And this is a question for the three of you. I will start with Vicky. What do you think about the role of the big clubs, of the big goalball clubs that already exist, in order to get some new clubs in the competition? Of course, maybe in a first phase or in a first moment, they have to grow up as goalball in a sport. But what do you think this help from the professional clubs, from the elite clubs already in the goalball can add something to this way, Vicky?
Well, I think that's a quite controversial topic. My opinion is that we need them because we need someone to run this thing for people that don't have the resources yet. And definitely we need the funding, we need the connections they have, so the promoting and the power they have in their own countries and etc. So I think the role is super important, and so far I think it seems like it's going well. The last years that actually more professional teams are slowly like emerging, I feel like there is a growth in goalball, and I feel like there's more interest from other players and other athletes as well. And slowly, they're created like whole like cities that are more associated with goalball. Like I don't know, like right now I have like 2 or 3 places that you think of them, you're like that's the center of goalball in Europe, and I think that's a huge step for us to take. And we all like. I guess we all would like to be part of that, but even for us that we are not there yet, their role is like very important because not everyone can do what they do right now, and they support the whole system for now.
Perfect. Ahmad, what do you think about this topic? What can professional clubs, or I mean the elite clubs that already take the big professional tournaments and European Seagull, for example, or even the American Grand Slam? What do you think about this topic?
I think we have to share our experience with other places that they don't have a club, or create a network of people of cities who are interested to have a club, and then share our experience with them and help them to develop a club. It is an overwhelming task for many, but it's doable. I think there is a passionate athletes or an administrator in every city, in every country to head that. And I think we gotta see where we don't have clubs. It's good. We have some good clubs. We have some goalball centers. But I think we have to identify where are we lacking clubs, where in which countries clubs are not developed, and start a conversation with athletes and administrators from that country or that particular city to start a club, and also resource them, help them. For example, if we're doing a Grand Slam, we should find a spot for a club that don't have a lot of resources to come participate, maybe without a participation fee. So I think we need to find ways for helping clubs to be developed. At the same time, we need to also think about a structure of, okay, how this club's gonna develop, how they're gonna enter the high performance stage, I think these are the discussions that we have, and I think we could share. We need to share information and resources with each others and with the places that want to do this but don't know how to do it.
Awesome. Erki, what EGCA can say about this? Because EGCA is already working with the professional clubs of goalball around Europe. Do you think this elite clubs can be useful for spreading the sport into other clubs?
Yes, definitely. They have a very high performance. They have a great experiences about all kind of things. Depends on how to make clubs working. So this I challenged all the elite clubs to also take care, and of course maybe we have to find some system to make some friendship between the clubs, and also we have to get some platforms to get discuss about different topics about club goalball. We have to get a better platform for that, some forum, and of course I really like the idea that some professional elite clubs take under their wings some new clubs and help them develop, make cooperation. For example, Old Power from Espoo, Finland, take some club from Ghana, African club, and try to help them to develop. It's a great idea, and do the same with some couple of clubs and help them. This is a good way to have a personal relationship with the clubs, between the clubs, and it's good way to get tips and ideas and opinions how to develop new clubs. And also I think EGCA should organize some by the Goalball Academy, for example, some master classes how to found new club, how to develop the club, how to market your club, promote your club, how to get all the infrastructures to train, and how to develop all the actions which are included in the club goalball. So this is very important to get new clubs. And it's of course now we have implemented the European Grand Prix. We hope that many clubs could organize some international low threshold tournament, and it's a good way to improve. But of course we have to do more and more for just founded clubs who are alone and don't know what to do. So the professional elite clubs have a big responsibility, and I really like that EGCA will make some kind of platforms that professional elite clubs can help and find ways to support new clubs.
Absolutely, Erki. I'm going to ask you if you please can turn your camera on, because we have.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
No problem. No problem. And now we just came to the time to discuss what really matters to the clubs, which is the fund source. Ahmad already talked about the sponsorship, but of course this is different from region to region, sometimes country to country, even in the same region. The realities are not the same. I thought wonderful that Ahmad was talking about sponsorship already, where sometimes the reality of the clubs and sometimes the federations are the subsidies from public powers and public institutions. It is one of the topics that one of the viewers was talking about. It's very important that the government of each country keeps and improves the aids, the resources, budgets for the sport, and to offer the best conditions for the players, coaches, and referees. And of course, this person is talking about the reality of Latin America. The club levels will improve if they receive some support from the national and international associations. So this is a very important topic when we are talking about the development of the countries, because nothing is done without money. I will start exactly with Ahmad, because he was the one that brought the subject to the discussion already in his initial statement about with the sponsorship. But Ahmad, this is a different reality, as I said, to different countries and different clubs. How can this be more or less harmonized to general reality, if we can talk about a general reality in goalball club around the world?
So here, how I look at it, government resources, government funding to sport is one small stream in every country, compared to the sponsorship and private funding. Look at it this way. This is look at it as a stream of water. This is a one small stream, but it's constant. So all countries every year contribute to sport, but not enough. So it's a small stream. And the reality is, majority of that will go to the sanction federation of the country. And regardless how big of a lobby you have, the governments don't contribute a lot to private sport organizations. They're mostly contribute because their end goal is development of the sport and then winning a medal in international competition. But in every country, regardless where they are, there are successful businesses, there are successful corporations, there are companies that thrive in that country. And I think personally that we need to maximize that, because there's one stream that is government, but there's multiple, maybe thousands of streams of these corporations that that could change. One year you have this sponsor, next year you have that. But I think one important thing in sponsorship is not to just go ask for money. Think about it this way. You have money, you don't just give it away, you want something back for the money. So the sponsors need to know what they're getting from you in return for their money. You have to try to sell your assets when you ask for sponsorship. So I think we have very low self-esteem when it comes to goalball assets, but I think there are huge, and you need to gather those. So just think and put your assets together. For example, one thing that I saw in other sports that they do, there is live broadcast in every sport. Even in goalball, we do live broadcast, right? So one thing they did in the place in the arena, they sell banner space. And we thought, okay, why don't we? People thought, well, who would want, there's not a lot of audience, who would buy banner space? And the research I did, nobody bought banner space in sport of goalball because nobody sold it. Nobody told them about it. So we did offer, we had the big wall that, behind the referees. And so we put together a sponsorship package, and this banner space was part of it. To our surprise, 3 companies bought banner space from us. And it was, again, they didn't even negotiate. They said, okay, this is something that we're interested in. So you need to create a sponsorship package that includes what your sponsor will get in return of their money. You have to make your sponsors feel special, feel that they're contributing to something good. At the same time, you could create this attention that other sports have. For example, one thing that we did, we went and we purchased one of the biggest digital banners in our city, which was across the main bridge. And this was owned by the city, and we went and told them, hey, we're doing this, it was inclusion, diversity, they wanted to participate. And to our surprise, they put our tournament ad in that huge digital banner that was displaying over a bridge. And, they were able to subsidize the cost of it. And that was something that our main sponsors wanted. We got the airport, the Vancouver International Airport, to sponsor us with a large sums of money for their name to be beside our tournament as a main sponsor in that digital banner. So there are ways, I think, that you need to find. So don't think of nobody would give or who would give. First, I think, gather your asset. What do you have to give to the sponsor in order to solicit funding for your club?
Very, very well put, Ahmad. We will be right back to you, Erki. I just want to hear Vicky about this. I know it's always an athlete point of view, but money is very important everywhere.
Oh.
And as Ahmad said, goalball doesn't even have the problem of attendance because it has a very wide spread of public, and not only visually impaired, but also sighted people.
Yeah, okay. So yeah, definitely. Well, it's an athlete point of view, but we recently started a new club like the last years, and I know we've been through the struggle of trying to start something from zero, and there was like zero help from anywhere, from nowhere. So I completely get it, and I think all the points that Ahmed made, they were great, but the thing is, like, we don't have that knowledge. Where is that knowledge from? Like, I can't wake up tomorrow and be like, oh, well, I'm gonna do all these things because I'm not an expert. So I think that's what's important is, like, yes, we definitely like private resources exist, but people don't know how to go about it. And I think that's where we lack knowledge of how to sell our clubs and our product and everything we have to offer. So I think that's what we could probably like help all of us and the club. It's like the knowledge and the expertise on the topic.
Okay, Erki?
Yes, about the sponsorship, yeah. Of course, I'm really agree with Ahmad, what he's mentioned about, yes, all the sponsorship work with the companies. It's the way which could help clubs to get more and more resources. But of course, as Vicky said, it's very difficult to start from zero. That it's clubs need help about that, and this is one of very important topic that EGCA has to think about. I'm not expert also about sponsorship. I have a lot of to learn from Ahmad, for example. He's very very great to do that work. But yeah, the most important thing that we share this knowledge about this topic. It's sponsorship. We have to find a way how the clubs can reach the companies. Of course, we have to get the promotion events for the companies. We have to find ways how they get benefit with the collaboration with the clubs. So it's very important topic, because it's almost all about the money that you can take part of the competitions, organize tournaments. So it's very important part, and we part of this club operation, and we have to take very seriously this topic and do our best to help clubs. So yeah, that's all I had to say. That it's Ahmad. Yeah.
We have already at the end of our time, but I will manage more 5 or 10 minutes. We will steal it from the next break. And I just want to hear it from you from our last topic, because I think this is important also. It's on the other edge of the way that we've been discussing, which is the next the next World Championship clubs. Ahmad is I think ready to talk about this subject, because also big tournaments calls more clubs. Clubs can achieve and think or dream to get into a final where the best clubs in the world unite to challenge each other and to get the new world champion. Ahmad, do you think this is a very important step also to call to other clubs, and how this world championship for clubs is doing right now?
I think this is a dream come true, with all the, problem that it may come with it, with all the hurdles, pandemic, it's postponed everything. But I think this is a major step for developing goalball, and I think this is something that can grow bigger and bigger. If this is done well, I think this would be an asset for clubs to seek a sponsorship from their government and private, because when you have regional championships, when you have world championships, that's when you can have, okay, these are our assets, you will be on the world stage. So I encourage everybody to do whatever they can to support. Even for this first one, a lot of us have to spend out of pocket money to get to this tournament. But I think this will be a future asset that we are creating for a better goalball, more professional goalball. And one comment that I think important to make here, I want to encourage all the clubs that are attending this tournament to make sure this does not fall into each club would kind of recruit their national team and bring it. Make sure there will be, you feel free to bring athletes from other countries. You feel free to bring athletes to experience, to use this platform to motivate your goalball athletes to bring new things, because we don't want to create another world championships. World championships already exist, national teams already exist. We want to create a platform that more people can participate, a different competition exists where club teams can exchange athletes, it can exchange cultures, it could exchange information. So I think this is a major step forward, and I'm encouraged also to see IBSA is included in that, and they're supporting, and I'm optimistic that these would lead to better goalball in the world. With for the next time, we'll have more organized regional championships and qualifications for this tournament.
Thank you so much, Ahmad. Erki, what about this topic, World Championship for clubs?
Yeah, as Ahmad mentioned, this is the dream come true. It's coming true, and it's fantastic that hopefully everything will be better in November, that we can organize this first edition of the Clubs World Cup. So I believe that European Goalball Club Association will do anything to get it real. And I have seen that there are a lot of interest about from every continent about this tournament. It's a huge interest, and I think this is great way to get this kind of major competition for the clubs. It could be great start to develop clubs around the world in every continent. I hope that we reach that different continent they have a regional championships, regional competitions for the clubs for the qualify this World Cup, and of course for the clubs which will take part of this tournament. This is a great opportunity to get sponsorship, of course, from the government, but also from the private companies. I think we get the great visibility for the clubs. We get the great live broadcast from the tournament. I think that we'll get some satellite TV channel to show this great major championship. So I'm really delighted, and I'm full of excitement and enthusiastic about this clubs World Cup. So it's wonderful, and hopefully it will continue and we get it work. So it's a great asset for the clubs in the future.
It's another amazing visit card for goalball around the world. Vicky, I guess this is the kind of stages that every player want to be.
Yeah, that's well, it's been mentioned already, but obviously national players, we had the excitement, we have the our championships, our tournaments, our competitions. So I think this is an opportunity for people that don't have the chance to compete like internationally so much, to feel the same excitement, and then that's how you get people to be involved. Because if you have nothing to look forward to, why would you play? And obviously kids, that's a huge thing. So I hopefully it'll be accessible to a lot of people and a lot of clubs, from like every perspective. Now I'm talking about financial perspective as well, because well, it's nice and obviously everyone wants to be there, but who can be there? So I think that's something that should be considered, because yeah, we invite everyone, but the thing is it has to be accessible for everyone. Yeah, I think that's.
I thank you so much to the three of you, Ahmad Zevidavi from Canada, Erki Minala from Finland, and Vicky Argo from Greece, right? And because I've stolen 10 minutes to our break, we will be right back to the third panel in 20 minutes. So we'll be right back.
One minute, one sport.
Goalball. Yeah.
Where? Yoisho! Yoisho! Tokyo 2020!
Goalball was devised in 1946 as a rehabilitation activity for visually impaired World War II veterans. It was introduced to the world at the 1976 Paralympic Games in Toronto and is played by both men's and women's teams. Goalball is exclusively for athletes with a visual impairment. To be eligible, athletes have less than 10% vision remaining or a visual field restricted to 20 degrees. Participants wear blackout masks whilst on court that cannot be touched unless permitted by the referee. The court is 18 metres by 9 metres. Each team's goal stretches the entire width and is 1.3 metres high. The hard rubber ball has a diameter of 25 centimetres. Two bells inside the ball help orientate the players of the direction of the oncoming ball. The string placed under court lines also give the players orientation. Whilst play is in progress, complete silence is required in the venue to allow the players to react to the ball. The object of the game is to roll the ball into the opposite goal, whilst opposing players try to block the ball with their bodies. There are 3 players per team on court at any time, with a maximum of 3 substitutes. Each match consists of 2 12-minute halves separated by a 3-minute break. Teams have 10 seconds from first defensive contact to get the ball across the centre court line. The game is won by scoring the most goals in the allotted time, or if one team leads the other, by 10 goals. A tournament begins with a round-robin phase. The top 4 teams from each group will progress through to the quarter-final and semi-final elimination matches as they strive to reach the final. Goalball is unique. The hush of the crowd and the high degree of skill, tactics and split-second player reactions create a spectacular sport.
It's times like these you learn to love again. It's times like these you learn to love again. It's times like these, time and time again.
Sport is a 100% Spanish company dedicated to the manufacture and trade of sports equipment. It was founded by Fructuoso Lopez in 1965 and has established itself as the most important Spanish sports brand, with the highest sales volume in the world and in the top 10 of global brands.
Positive. Que salió al mercado.
La gran flexibilidad que tiene, la versatilidad que tiene. Se habla muy bien de ella, de la comunidad.
It's present in more than 100 countries and has 8 subsidiaries in Mexico, Latin America, Brazil, United States, Italy, China, England and Germany. Its mission, among others, is to improve the service offered to all its customers worldwide each year. To this end, an expansion of 60,000 square metres has been carried out in its warehouses, where new machinery, measuring 100 metres long by 13 metres high and 12 metres deep, has been installed. A total of 15,600 cubic metres. This intelligent logistics system optimises the movement of all the merchandise. In its stores, around 4 million active references are managed, which in real time, through a radio frequency warehouse system, allows an entry and exit movement of more than 70,000 units per day. More than 800 trays are moved per hour, which expedites the delivery of products to serve any country or address in the world in 24, 48 or 72 hours. This new robotic system aims to streamline the logistics of the company, as well as the storage and delivery service to the customer. Various robots carry out most of the replenishment, packaging and orders management work at a much higher speed than the current one and with a 0.01% margin of error. In total, it has a clothing storage capacity of 2,845 cubic metres. On its arrival of the material at our warehouses in containers, it's unloaded by a robot with 5 conveyor belts, which transports the merchandise already placed according to its location in the warehouse. Then a computer system developed exclusively for Roma tells the operator where to place the merchandise through a data capture device. The new machine manages on the one hand own orders that only contain textiles and on the other hand orders that later have to be completed with footwear on an automated conveyor belt. Finally, all the orders go through a volumetric machine that labels the boxes and prepares them to be transported by containers. Our merchandise is then ready to be delivered anywhere in the world.
1 minute, 1 sport.
Goalball. Yo.
Where? Yoいしょ。よいしょ。東京2020。
Goalball was devised in 1946 as a rehabilitation activity for visually impaired World War II veterans. It was introduced to the world at the 1976 Paralympic Games in Toronto and is played by both men's and women's teams. Goalball is exclusively for athletes with a visual impairment. To be eligible, athletes have less than 10% vision remaining or a visual field restricted to 20 degrees. Participants wear blackout masks whilst on court that cannot be touched unless permitted by the referee. The court is 18 metres by 9 metres. Each team's goal stretches the entire width and is 1.3 metres high. The hard rubber ball has a diameter of 25 centimetres. Two bells inside the ball help orientate the players of the direction of the oncoming ball. The string placed under court lines also give the players orientation. Whilst play is in progress, complete silence is required in the venue to allow the players to react to the ball. The object of the game is to roll the ball into the opposite goal, whilst opposing players try to block the ball with their bodies. There are 3 players per team on court at any time, with a maximum of 3 substitutes. Each match consists of 2 12-minute halves separated by a 3-minute break. Teams have 10 seconds from first defensive contact to get the ball across the centre court line. The game is won by scoring the most goals in the allotted time, or if one team leads the other, by 10 goals. A tournament begins with a round-robin phase. The top 4 teams from each group will progress through to the quarter-final and semi-final elimination matches as they strive to reach the final. Goalball is unique. The hush of the crowd and the high degree of skill, tactics and split-second player reactions create a spectacular sport.
So welcome to our third panel of the first International Goalball Convention. The topic will be what the future goalball events should look like. And for this panel, we have with us Kari Razenen, Chairman of IBSA Goalball Committee, Alexei Bariev, Sports Director of IBSA Goalball Committee, John Potts, Secretary of IBSA Goalball Committee, and we are also waiting anytime Bulent Kimyun, the referee coordinator of IBSA Goalball Committee. So, like we did in the other two panels before, we are going to start with the initial statement. So we are going to start by Karen Rezenen, please, your initial statement.
While we are now in Europe, I will wish you good evening, everybody around the world. Somebody is waking now in the morning. So we are roughly 250 people now in this online meeting. As mentioned, the title for us is to think about the future goalball events, how do they look like. I just want to go a little bit backwards and say that the IBSA Goalball Subcommittee, we are responsible mainly for the IBSA sanctioned events. And we have a different kind of approaches around the world. So many tournaments, they are different. But I would say that kind of a leading model for these tournaments is IBC, because also IBSA Goalball wants to be in the Paralympic program. Now we are in Paris, hopefully also in Los Angeles and so on. So we have a different kind of experiences of the tournaments, and we are, or the organizers are, of course, using all their power to make the tournaments look like excellent. We just finished in Finland European P. Even during these days, it was well organized. A couple of years ago, we had in Germany very excellent tournament also. I think especially the Germany shows the future way of having these tournaments. That's my short starting pitch for this, and I give the next one the stage.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Kari. Alexei, your initial statement, please.
Yeah, good evening, good morning, everyone. So it's a great time to be here. And I think the topic of this meeting, this panel, is our main headache. Always we are thinking how to make the tournaments better and better. And if we can look back for about 5 years, even, so we will see that tournaments are changing, and they're changing always. So we now have a lot of spectators in our competitions before COVID, and now we just restarted the competition program in Finland. It was really great to have this online coverage, which we're following by many people all around the world with a good commentary. And I think if we will keep it in this way for the future, we will increase the level and professionalism of our tournaments, so the people will be more and more involved in our game. So I was a referee. I am a referee now. I am a technical delegate in many competitions, and I can tell you that to prepare a good competition, it is a really big job. I think for Paralympic Games, we are starting 5 years before the tournament even, and day by day we are discussing many topics. And when the people are coming to the tournament, it looks like it was done really easily. But I can tell you that to make a good tournament, it's a really big job to do. And I'm here to listen to your questions and to answer if possible, and especially to get your feedbacks, how we are managing at the moment and what we can change in the future. So, and I can share, of course, with all of you my vision for the future tournaments here. So thank you for inviting me here.
Thank you so much, Alexei. John.
Yes, good day, everyone, wherever you are in the world. It's really great to be here. Thanks for inviting me to be a part of this this event. as my colleague said, we're here to share with you about what the future of goalball will look like. And if you stop and think about it, as Alexei stated, we're just now getting back to goalball. So really today is the future of goalball, because over the last year, we've experienced a lot of things that have impacted our sport. And I believe that what we do moving forward will be impacted by what happened over the past year as we move ahead. So, that is certainly a huge thing that we'll be mindful in the future, and hopefully we won't have any pandemics in our future, but it certainly made us stop and take a look at what we're doing and maybe the ways that we'll have to do things different, and certainly also, as Alexei said, it will really impact how we plan future events. But as the future should look, at all levels, we're growing the sport. That's why we're here today. And so what the sport should look like at all levels as we evolve, ideally, is that the sport gets bigger, more people are involved in the process. The sport, as it's evolving, it's becoming more professional in nature. We embrace future technologies as we do that. Things just like the Zoom we're using today that helps us reach out and talk about these things together, accessible to everyone. It's free to use. So, and I think all of these elements will be part of our future moving ahead. So with that, I'll wrap up my presentation. Again, thanks for allowing me to be here and be a part of this today. We look forward to chatting over the next few minutes with you.
Thank you so much, John. And now we are open our discussion, our debate about the topic, how should goalball events should look like in the future. And before I go with some questions from our audience, I'd like to bring a topic, subject that was brought by Alessandro Tossin, the Brazilian national coach. Actually, almost at the end of his intervention in the first panel, he was talking about the rules of goalball, because actually the practice of the sport is also maybe one big part of the base of the show, of the event that the goalball has to offer in the world. Every sport has their evolution, of course, and he brought up just two simple examples. One of them was the effect that the game could start by a penalty in the beginning of the game, something that maybe most of the people don't understand why. And the other topic was about the substitutions, the time that it is spent for the substitutions of the players once the referee is starting to check all the things. Do you think that the rules also have to, and this is also, of course, a question to the three of you, do you think that the rules should also evolve to make the sport more attractive, for example, for the media, for the television? Kari?
Yes, thank you very much for the question. For sure, the game should be more to give also to the audience. If I answer first to the first question, what Alessandro was saying, that no penalties at the beginning, I think we are now in the middle of the rule change process, and this question has been taken into account also. And most probably they will be, okay, that's not yet accepted, but most probably this kind of penalties will not be at the beginning. There are a few things which are influencing on this, and I would also say that this kind of penalties we don't actually need. What comes to the substitutions, I don't know exactly what Alessandro was meaning by are there too many substitutions or too little substitutions, or what kind of remarks he has?
No. He was talking about the time that the substitutions takes place. He told that sometimes it takes almost 1 minute or 1 minute and something to make one substitution.
Okay. Well, I don't know what to say to this, but okay, we can take this into account when we are updating the rules, because right now we are asking people proposals to change the rules, and maybe John can update me or us better, because he has been coordinating these rule changes. That I would move the ball back to John, if you allow.
Of course, John.
Sure, happy to answer that, and it's a great question. So I'll address the first part first. And yes, we are in the process of rule change proposal right now. We've received requests and proposals and ideas from all of the federations, and we're in the process of reviewing those. If you want to see a timeline for the rule revision process, it's posted to the IBSA website. And on the particular issue, Alessandro's first issue, it's kind of a mixed topic. Some people find the start of a game with a penalty somewhat exciting, because they find the concept of penalty shots exciting. So for some, they really like that, just the excitement of one-on-one and a penalty shot just for the sake of it. But others, and we've received a lot of inputs, question why would we have penalty shots and scores on the board when the game hasn't officially started? And so that's the other side of, I believe, of Alessandro's question. And there are many people who believe in that, and the reasons why the game starts maybe with one of those penalties isn't because of something a player did on the court, it's because of something administrative that didn't happen. So we are really, as you can tell, we're really analyzing this. My thoughts, I tend to agree that it would be better for the game if we're dealing with penalties that occur from things players do, not that coaches maybe do, or an administrative action. So, but with that said, we're listening to everyone's voices. We have to, I have an opinion like everyone else, but we have to consider the opinions of everyone and what's going to be overall best for the sport. So we're looking at that. And as far as the substitution part, we're looking at every process to try to do the things that are necessary, yet keep the sport simple and understandable. But one of the things that we have to do in our sport, and it's an important role of our referees, is we have to make sure that we're ensuring a fair playing field, one, and two, that we're playing in a safe manner. And part of that is ensuring that the players' eye shades and patches are fixed properly, that they're comfortable and ready to go out on the court, and and that they're ready to play. So those things I think will have to happen regardless. Now, can we do things a little better, training wise or whatever? Yes, and that's why we also assess penalties of delay of game when teams aren't ready, because we are sensitive to, we need to move, we have things we must do, but we have to do them in a quick fashion so we can get back to the game. So hopefully I addressed those questions a little bit, for all of you. So thanks.
Thank you so much, Alexei. The referees always believe that everybody understands the rules of the sport. How can we? I agree with the argument with John that there's nothing better in a sport that starts with a penalty, because at least there's a flagrant opportunity of goal. And how can we turn this into a well-known rule of the sport? Maybe we can keep the initial penalty in the rules. How can we change this to the public to understand better?
I can tell you one thing, that that the rules will never be perfect for everyone. Because when I was refereeing, you were always the best for one team and the worst for the another one. and all of us know the rules well and doing this, playing the same game. But it is not about the rules. It's more about the logic of the game and how do we want to make this game more attractive to the spectators. And I think this case about the penalty before the start of the game I think was addressed mainly after the Rostock's semi-final European A, where Germany played against Lithuania, and in the beginning of the second overtime, Lithuania got the delay of game penalty, and as we are playing for the golden goal, so that was a goal from that penalty, and they lost overtime only because of this small mistake of the coach. But on the other side, we had German coach who also know this rule, and he did not decline this penalty. So everyone wants to follow the rules, but rules can be good or bad, despite from the situation on the field of play. But I can see the main thing here when we are changing the rules, we have to think how to make the game more understandable for the spectators, because most of them, when they are coming for the European World Championship, Paralympic Games, they coming with zero understanding of the game. So like spectators at Paralympic Games, we had 8,000 spectators in one games, and I can tell you that 50% of them came first time ever to see this game, only because they got the ticket to goalball, but they did not even know what the game is. But after the game, after this 24 minutes of the really spectacular game, so they knew about this game and they came back to friends and told, oh, do you know this? I know the rules of this game and we can follow it. So I think the rules are not stable in any sport, and we have to change things, small things or big things. And when we are changing these points, for example, we took out line out line 4 years ago. When we were starting this process, most of the coaches told us that, why do you need to do this? We are playing good, we don't need to change this. But now we can see that they are playing well without this line out line, and the game became faster. So that's why we are keeping our eyes on the changing rules each 4 years. Now, because of COVID, we have 5 years, but we don't want to change the rules only just to make a change. So it has to be really vital changes for the future of the game. That's my point.
Thank you so much. And taking one sentence or one idea from Alexei and one other idea from John, one of the questions that our audience took was going exactly to the point. Because Alexei talked about what can we do to make this sport even more spectacular than he already is. And John just talked about the technologies. So the question from our viewer is exactly how far or how ready is goalball to accept the technologies to evaluate some plays like high ball or long ball? Do you think this is a way that goalball can walk through, or is it taking some years yet to stabilize technology that can be adapted to goalball? I think I will start it by you, John.
Probably Alexei's the best guy to start it with, because he has a lot of ideas along these lines. And so, of course, yeah, we are always looking at ways to use technology as it becomes available. What we have to look at and balance, though, are as we grow the sport at all levels, globally, as not everyone has the same access to technology at the same time. Some of us, depending on where we live, it's much more readily available and it's easier to procure. We have better opportunities to get technological items that will help with the game. So we have to kind of balance that, because what we don't want to do, and yes, we agree that technology is great, but we also have to be careful that we don't create a barrier to entering the sport because maybe a group doesn't have the technology. So they say, oh, I can't have the cameras, I can't have the Wi-Fi or whatever, so I guess we cannot play. So because that, so we don't want to do that. We are working to make it more inclusive. So we have to be really careful that as we explore technology that it is something that we can bring in that people can adapt to. Two, we have to be careful that it doesn't take away from the game, that we put so much technology on a court that we forget that we're there to play the game. And part of the fact is that's why we have referees. And that's, in many sports, that's the human element of sport, is that sometimes, it becomes down to a judgment decision, or interpretation. That's why we work hard to make sure that the rules are accessible to everyone and that our referees are trained so that, I still think that that's going to be the foundation, even as we grow the sport. But certainly we're always looking at ways that maybe we can, implement some technology.
We will leave for now Alexei for the end. Kari, what do you have to say about this topic of the technological improvements in goalball?
We have been we have been discussing technology issues also in our working group and also in the whole committee, and it's very fashionable nowadays to have this VAR system, for instance, in football. But if we see goalball in football, I was reading somewhere they had 33 cameras, and then they have 5 to 10 people in the office watching the screens. And of course, this is very, very expensive also. So I think as John mentioned also, there must be some human touch also. And then what are we seeing through these video cameras? If you see the 6-meter line, high balls, long balls, it's not only the line, you have to have 1-2 meters almost on both sides of the line with cameras to see. Where we could use the cameras is the goal line, because that would be much clearer to see that what is happening. It can be, we have been discussing with some producers, and it's also quite expensive to install this kind of camera system. We don't actually know how many cameras we would need, but so far it happens that there are high balls, long balls, and low, but referees don't recognize all of these. But there is some human touch in this game also, and we are following anyway how the technology goes forward. And when we find suitable systems, I'm sure that we try to implement those also in goalball.
Perfect. Alexei, is it technological enemies from the referees, friends? Does it have place in goalball? Is still too early for that?
No, I can tell you that taking new technologies into the game, it is a real big step forward for making the game more professional. And we have 3 major points, I think: long ball, high ball, and goal line. So these are 3 crucial points which needs to be maybe in the future to be evaluated with some videos. And many teams are using now on the training camps these video cameras which can show all the lines. But I agree with the previous speakers that when we are talking about African Championship, for example, they don't have any possibility to use not only the cameras, they don't know where to get the balls for the games at the moment. So this is a big difference, and we can put the cameras for European Championship easily, but for African Championship we cannot do the same. And I think the first step can be if we can use some new technologies at Paralympic Games in the future, because IPC has more power and money to invest into these technologies. And we were discussing with Tokyo organizers even the possibility to try the goal line, for example, video on the goal line. That's the first step, and I'm sure that in the future we will make it, we will put the technologies into the game, but we have to remember always that the money is the case also in our situation, because IBSA Goalball is not the richest federation in the world like FIFA or other big federations, sport federations. So
It is true. Maybe it's a little unfair to talk about technological revolution in goalball when there is so much to do in some parts of the world. And because of this difference between regions, and as I said in the previous panel, sometimes in different countries in the same region, how can we develop? How can we drive through this evolution in goalball to make the events even more spectacular? What are the ideas, John?
As far as making things bigger and better, well, we just have to, for the time being, work within the resources that we have. But I think things that we are doing and we need to continue to work on, good planning, so that good planning makes good events. Where possible, we look at successful events, and even turn to other sports and see what they're doing and look for things that we can bring in. And we see some of that in our tournaments. We had a tournament, in Rostock a while back, where they brought in things like cheerleaders and and they had advertising panel boards and things, and that they did a marvelous job, and it had all the elements of viewing a professional sport on television. And again, that is probably where we would like to see everything go in an ideal world. But in the meantime, what we need to do to make things better and exciting, one, is just promote tournaments early. Try to look for things within a budget to make the event nice for the spectator and also memorable for the athlete. Because it's their event as well. So you can try to do those things that maybe fit your budget or fit your location, that look nice. That doesn't always cost a lot of money, but I think sometimes it's just a matter of good early deliberate planning where you can consider figuring out ways to do some of those things. Or maybe you get like, for example, the Rostock tournament, they brought in, I believe, cheerleaders from a professional basketball club, and so those things are possible, but but they planned for that as well. So these are things that we can continue to work on, maybe benchmark some of these things, and always encourage organizers, and we try to do this as much as possible, the technical delegates for our tournaments, to try to incorporate a lot of that into our tournaments, at the club levels and, at local levels. Sometimes, they can do the same thing and just try to be creative at their levels.
Kari, is there any impossible mission to unify the evolution of goalball worldwide, since we have so many different realities in different regions and different countries?
Well, this might be very difficult in a way, because goalball has played, I think, in Europe already these 75 years. And in other regions, there have been different reasons. I don't know why goalball has not been so popular, or nobody is driving the goalball to blind people's lives. We hope anyway. We have been working directly very much in Africa, because we received some money from IBSA and EGCA Foundation. But now the last 2 years, we have not had any projects anywhere. We had another, I believe in the training in a way, or taking the people and tell them what is the goalball and what are the rules, and educating the people. Now we are working with Alessandro from Brazil concerning the coaches training program, and this is very important when we have good coaches around the world, and if they are training the players, so we can lift up the quality of the goalball also on a higher level. I believe that goalball is getting popularity around the world, and this is one of our jobs then to help them to organize the games in Africa, Asia, South America, and so on. So I believe that we have a big job to do still before we can be happy with the level of goalball.
Good. Alexei,
Yep.
the situation of the difference between the regions and the countries, does it make it difficult, or is it just an obstacle to overcome in the future?
No, I think it's helping for the development of sport. If someone, for example, from Brazil will go to Guatemala to teach the people to show the game, it will increase the interest from the low playing level countries to the biggest one. And I think even Brazil, if we are talking, they won last World Championships males twice, and they were not playing about 20 years ago in goalball a lot. And I think now we can talk that this convention is really good for us. And the previous panel about the club development is crossing with our topics here, because we cannot change anything in the rules without testing it in advance. And we can test it clearly at the club level, because we are not checking how deep they are following the rules in their games. They can try some new things. I think the best example was that before Rio Games in Malmö, they tried the new eye shades with the covering on the nose. First time ever, they were putting the just a tape on the nose. And then after Rio Games, we discussed it with the teams, and we discussed it with manufacturers. And now we can see that more than 70% of players are playing in these new eye shades, and it made the game more fair. So, but this initiative went first from the club level, and I hope we can also get more and more new things from the club level to the national level, and we can modify the games this way.
Exactly. Thank you for bringing that subject in, because in most of the sports, the dynamic of the organization, it's like a pyramid, being the national team on the top, because it's the level that every player wants to achieve, of course. And then in the base of the pyramid, we have exactly the work that the clubs make. John, clubs are also very important to decide which is the future of the events or the events of goalball can achieve, no?
Oh, absolutely. We at IBSA, we have limited resources, and our primary focus is, while we're trying to support the overall sport, we don't have the resources to, be deep into each level, the developmental level, the club level, the local levels of the sport. And so we simply must, as being a small sport, we must rely on one another to support each other at each level. I mean, we just, the sport, if we don't, I don't see how the sport can succeed. And how do we do that? We communicate together. We try to create some alignment between each level, so that as people progress up, that they're working towards, maybe if that's their goal, to make that national team, that what happens at those other levels, do that. And the other thing is you also need those levels, because where did the elite teams come from? They come probably from the club teams. Where do the club teams come from? They come from the local teams. Where do the local teams come from? They come from people who say, I want to learn about goalball, and I come onto the court for the first time. And that's where all of us get our start, whether we're a player, a coach, a referee. So like I said, you have to, we all have to rely on one another to do that. And again, practical ways we do that, as Alexei stated, when we need to do, things that may impact the IBSA sanctioned and IPC tournaments, we need places to test those, and we rely on our partners, at the club level to, help us use their tournaments. Those tournaments are very well run, and so and they have a little more flexibility in what they're able to do. And so that's how we rely on them. On the other hand, at their tournaments, they use referees trained by IBSA, and we train referees, that participate. So that's how, we do that. We create a system of rules and regulations, but we also recognize that sometimes those are modified, and they're modified to meet local requirements. And that's okay. From those, sometimes ideas emerge that maybe get moved up and become part of IBSA's rules and regulations. So I don't know how the sport survives if we're not all working together.
Exactly. Kari, what about the role of the clubs in this particular issue of the special events for goalball? Do you think also that they are in the base of the pyramid?
Yes, I think all of us there's a place in the goalball field. I don't know if we are going to discuss about the very low level, because we have also one guy from Australia who is now working with the age group up and down 10 years. So they are creating a program there. And we are mainly subcommittee, we are just high performance goalball. And that means national teams, official tournaments, Paralympic Games, etc. But I think we need also somewhere now the people who are working with the kids or juniors, the people are growing up. The next step for them will be the club teams. And then the best one, for many of those, they will be going up there in the national teams, and then they can participate regional championships, world championships, Paralympic Games, and so on. This is a big change, but our responsibility is now in the kind of a high performance sport, and we take care of the regional championships and higher tournaments. But I think we all are needed.
Very good. Alexei, you started actually the topic of the summit. You brought the topic clubs. What's your point of view about the work that they can do for turning this event even more spectacular?
I don't know at the moment, but I'm waiting always new ideas from club levels. Like EGCA now is doing, so they're creating this new league, and they can also try and test some new things in the game. So one point I heard here that they wanted to allow the not visual impaired people to play, at least one in the team. So maybe it's one of the step forward for the game in the future, but at the moment we have to follow the rules strictly on the national level. So, but club level is a kind of testing area for the all new things and we are ready. I think we are ready. Oh, sorry, it's
problem
falling down.
No problem.
Fall down. So I think that's they can give us the new ideas, and they are thinking about it always. The players, the main generators of this for us. So.
Kari, back to you again, because Alexei just spoke another issue that was already talked in the first panel, which is the open goalball competition to non-impaired visual people. Do you think this is this has something to walk through, or is just an idea that have to stay out of the competition? I mean, in the sport, but out of the competition.
I think today they are not allowed to participate in the official IBSA goalball tournament, but I know that in many countries, they are, like in Finland, there are many people, they are seeing normal way. So I think in the club level, it's quite okay. The main thing is that they are playing goalball, and that is creating enthusiasm in a way that people are watching the game, families are joining the game, and so on. But there are certain rules that there must be something people cannot see in a correct way, and that is in the IBSA rules, and we have to follow those. But we welcome all these people who are voluntarily playing goalball and joining together with the blind people. So it's a great issue.
Okay, John, is it an idea that repels you, or do you think that it's something to think about it?
Oh, for many years, I was the national program level program manager for the United States. And during my time there, we implemented a program to permit sighted players playing in our national tournament system.
How did it go?
So it went well, and these are the things that we looked at. It certainly generated a lot of discussion among players, the board of directors for our federation and things. But we looked at why are we doing goalball? And so we're trying to get people playing goalball. And in some places, in my country, the United States, very large country, people, are in many places. And we found a scenario where maybe you could find two athletes who were blind, but they couldn't find a third person to have a team. And so we said, what's going to be best here? What are we trying to do? Is it better to have one-sighted person playing goalball, wearing, eye shades and the patch, or leave two blind athletes at home? So I think we said, no, what we're trying to do are getting people to play goalball, not keeping them home. So what we did in our country, and we still do today, is we do limit, we do put some limits on how many players can be on a roster. But it really increases capabilities in many places, because maybe two players can have a team and now they can play. Sometimes the sighted person, can help in other ways, maybe help get them to a tournament or something because they have the ability to drive an automobile or something. So, no, it doesn't repel me at all. I think it's worked out well. What are concerns that people had? Oh, the sighted people will take over the sport. Not true. We have some players. It didn't take away from our existing pool of players. So it's worked. I think it's worked well, and it really, over the last, I think we've been doing it now for 10 years, and it hasn't been an issue. So I think it's okay. At the elite level, one of the challenges is that the IPC sets the requirements that we have to work through in IBSA. And so there, and we manage, as Kari said, mostly the Paralympic Games, the World Championships, the qualification system. And there, those guidelines are established for us by the IPC. So, and I think that, who knows, where Paralympic sport will evolve, but like I said, but right now, I believe, as Kari said, many countries are doing it. I just gave you an example how one country does it. And so I think that we all agree that we're trying to generate inclusion and grow the sport. And that's just one way that countries can do that.
Okay. I'll just finish this topic by you, Alexei, because you brought the subject, but only to mention, how is your point of view about this reverse inclusion? Sorry.
Yeah, it helps a lot for the sport to grow. Like John told, that we cannot took out two visually impaired players out of the game if they can't find the third one. So this one thing came into my mind, that in track and field athletics, for example, in skiing, there is a possibility to use the guide athlete who is helping the blind athletes to participate if he cannot participate by himself or herself. So this also can be for the future the point to discuss. So maybe it can be like a guide at least for the future, but we can see now the reality that the people are playing in patches. They are putting the eye shades. So the main problem only how to teach the blind athlete. But during the game, all of the athletes are in the same positions and the same understanding of the game. And I can tell you for sure, we made many testing games with invitation of VIP who was just not visual impaired athletes or singers from different countries. They were putting eye shades on and they did not play well. So that's the point.
Okay, I just have, because we have already 10 minutes to our finish. There also here another question for a viewer, which was talking about changing the ranking system for qualifying events such as national leagues and championships between countries of the same continent, like South America, Central America, North America, Pan American, and World Championship. Not all sports systems in the countries have financial resources to attend different events. Is there something we can do here on this topic, Kari?
We have not been discussing the issue at all. That is an old tradition that the world has been divided into four parts, and the level of goalball is different in different regions. Maybe the world is too big in a way. If you think about Asia, they have divided the area into smaller areas, West Asia, Central Asia, and so on. I don't know, does it help if we are splitting the world into more areas so that like traveling costs and everything should be cheaper? Of course, it would demand from our side a lot of more work, but I think we, Alexei and John, we don't care. We are voluntarily taking this job and we try to work hard to make blind people, visually impaired people to enjoy the game.
John.
Sure, happy to answer that. You know, we do have a world ranking system, as you know, and it's based on participation in of national teams, and we do that, you know, and we're doing that, and it's sometimes, you know, and it's monitored by the IPC as well. We do recognize that that there are different levels of tournaments, and if you review the guidebook for the ranking system, you know, a Paralympic tournament carries a different weight than a world rank, you know, than a regional championships or a national championships, you know. So, and we do use club tournaments where we can. If they're national teams, we use those as part of the world ranking system. So we do actually factor those in, but what we have to watch is that we have to manage that by country. So where it gets difficult is if you have a country that has like 3 teams, you know, which one goes into the ranking. So so what we do is, you know, the results we use from club tournament, if they're national teams, we use them as part of our ranking system. So we absolutely do include them now. Now, if countries want to have their own internal, you know, systems of ranking, I mean, again, you know, you can do that. You know, if you want to do that to determine who goes to your national championships, or you know, you have a system of club tournaments. You know, we're always promoting that sports need to grow at home first, because not every team is going to become a national team. So you know, and that's why even as we focus our clinics, we do those with regional partners so that they collaborate, you know, at their level and establish relationships and things. And I see this as no different. If a country wants to establish, they have a very robust national tournament system, yeah, they can create a ranking system for that. But again, you know, the ranking system we have for IBSA, you know, we do it is kind of monitored by the IPC. It can be used as a decision maker at some points for you know, things at the IBSA and IPC level. So it has to be, you know, based on activity of national teams. So, and that's how we subdivide it. So, but again, you know, we do use you know, we do use club tournaments if their national team involvement is part of that equation. And again, you know, any country that wants to implement or, you know, EGCA is a good example. You know, if they have, you know, systems for these things that they manage within their system. So and you know, and we recognize those as you know, and you know, that's what they're using in their system, and I think that's okay. And I would encourage anyone who wants to create their own internal system of ranking that they should do that.
Alexei, just to help you with this discussion, there is also a lot of work to do in national level. One of the issues that was brought by one of the viewers is that most of the federations don't even have the rules in their own language. So this is also a very important issue to talk about, because there is work to do in national level.
Oh yeah, it is, you found a good point. So because I was translating the global rules to Russian language, for example, I know that Kari was translating into Finnish language. So we're always trying to find volunteer who will do it. And maybe in the future we just need to prepare the maybe 5 languages versions of the rule book for the future to make it more accessible for the teams. So I can add to the previous discussion only that maybe I will surprise you, but goalball is fighting for their place in the Paralympic Games each 4 years. It is not reserved for goalball to be in Paralympic Games always from 1976. So, and each 4 years we have to show that we have the rules, we have the development, we have ranking system, and etc. Because only Paralympic Games has only 22 spots at the moment, and we know that how many interesting sports all around the world we have still. So that's why we can discuss for a long time these development projects in goalball, and I think we have to keep it on always in our mind.
Okay, just one last topic, because it goes exactly in what Alexei just did. And John, you can explain it first, and you use it the time as your bottom line intervention. Then I will go to Alexei to also hear it from him, and then we close with Kari, because one of the things that goalball doesn't have the problem is attendance, because it has a widespread range of public all around the world, and we know that some events in goalball are very assisted, not only physically but also online. As we saw this past year from the pandemic, people are keen and eager to look something forward for goalball. It doesn't matter if it is clinic or whatever. The point here is that goalball has a very specific public and a wide range of attendance.
Well, I agree. And we want it to be a bigger public and a wider range of attendance. And so that's why we're always looking to do things like this. This is a wonderful way and an open forum for people to talk about goalball, know what's going on with goalball, think about things we're doing, things, you know, we've had open discussion about things that we're thinking about, you know, maybe answer some questions today about why some things are as they are, you know, and how, and maybe you even get to, you know, look into our minds on how we think about some of these things. And so that's good. And so what are things that we continue to do? One of the big ways to grow is word of mouth, communications, more events. You know, one of the things that challenged us in past years is we had, you know, some limited media, you know, resources. You know, now we have a person who with IBSA who you know, who is a media expert who works on media. So, you know, that's an improvement that we have that. IBSA now has a new website, you know, and it's you know, it has more features to be added on to. It's new, and we're looking at that as a portal for many things. Partners like EGCA, who have their own websites and things, and they link each other's programs, and so I think again it's good communications, using what we have, open dialogue, being mindful of what others are doing in the sport, so that we're using our limited resources well. We don't have too many people trying to do the same thing, and that we understand one another's perspectives, so that we're working together to benefit athletes and spectators, not working against ourselves, because if that happens, you don't move forward. So I think all of those things, and again, it boils down to one word: communications. So I think that's going to be the key as we work together moving forward.
Thank you so much, Alexei.
Yeah, I really think that goalball is developing step by step, like many things in our life. If we look back once again, so for the tournaments 5 years ago, we will see the different type of tournaments with not the same live coverage system. And for example, you can see behind of me this it's Pavilahti training place, training and sport hall where the teams were playing last week in European B Championship. And I found the interesting situation that during the COVID restrictions, we allowed to be in the venue only for one staff member from each team. But during the tournament, especially for the last days, we saw a lot of eyes behind of us. The people were trying to look from the corridor. The people were trying to look from some small windows to the venue, so to get more information. And we saw that the live coverage was streamed with and viewed by the many people all around the world. So I think if we will keep the same way, the development, we will see the increasement of spectators. We will see the new athletes. We will see the new coaching programs, and the global will be more and more open widely. So that's my point.
Thank you so much, Kari.
So thank you, Pedro. I started with goalball in 1991. We had the European Championships in Finland, and I'm still in the goalball, so it's an exciting game, and I hope that many people who are joining goalball, they are here for years. So I want to thank the EGCA, who was organizing this event, and hopefully, I don't know what is the rest of the programs to this year, because now goalball is celebrating 75 years of playing. I want to thank the EGCA people who organized this seminar, and there are more to come. We are a little bit working in different areas, but I think we all are working for goalball anyway. It's a great sport. I thank you and your organization behind you, and all the people watching and following what is happening in goalball. And thank you very much for this opportunity for us to discuss with you. All the good for the goalball people around the world.
Thank you so much, Kari. Exactly, and this is our final moments of the first International Goalball Convention. And as Kari remembered, this is a very special year, because goalball makes its 75th anniversary, born in 1946. And also in my name, in the name of EGCA, with President Erkki Minala and Vice Presidents Luis Gesta and Fatmir Seremeti. Also as the Executive Director and Director of Goalball Academy, Marcia Ferreira, and also the Director, Jan Bozek. And also may I remind you that all the board of EGCA is also 100% volunteer. So I think the goalball family is always in good hands. As John said, maybe sometimes we can work in different stages, but always in the same direction. So to the all goalball family around the world, thank you so much for being with us, and stay tuned for the next news of Goalball family.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.